はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか。あたこ山の鬼道場指導官黒丸と申します。I am late. Sorry. Apologies. You will understand why momentarily. But yes, as of right now, admonish me for being late. Because last minute I decided that I wanted to make this especially convoluted, so to speak. You're going to understand in a moment. So, hello, everybody. This is day one of our special lecture room series. So, day one is going to be an intro lecture to Go. We're going to look at the basic rules. We're going to look at some more advanced tactics, and we're also going to look at how to correctly learn to play Go. So, without further ado, enough pussyfooting around. Let's see. That's one, and that's two, and where are my fucking hands? Come on. All right, I see hands. Why do I not see them? There they are. See, this is why I'm late, because this is a bitch to jerry rig and set up. But people keep complaining that the hands are not red. Well, for one, the hands are not supposed to be red because my hands aren't red, but they're also not orange. So people have complained. There you go. Here's your fucking orange hands, nerd. Right, so without further ado. So, for those of you who are new or even moderately new, I'm going to give it a little explainer. So Go, as the Koreans call it, baduk, or Wei Chi, as the as the West Taiwanese call it, is a strategy game, a very basic yet very deep strategy game. That's very easy to learn but very difficult to master. Thought to originate somewhere in the 3rd century AD. So today we're going to look at some basics and get into some combination and into some terminology and joseki. After that, we're going to do an intermission to take questions, and after that, we're going to go into the Japan tour planning. So make sure to really flex that attention span and stick around for the entire thing because this is only day one. There's going to be a day two. Right, so Go is typically played on a board that is very much, well, this is your standard Go board, which is 19 by 19. Now, unlike, for example, chess, which would be a format that most people in the West would be familiar with, our pieces do not sit inside of the square, they sit on the intersections. So these are our actual spots. The highlights on the grid do not have any special significance. They're just there to make it easier to count certain positions. Now, the basic element of Go is placing down stones. Black goes first. We're going to put this book away for now. I'm going to go here. So this is not a correct set. We're going to get into like the larger board geography a little bit later. Right now, we're just figuring out what the basic rules are. So when a stone is set on a junction, it will have what is referred to as breadths, or degrees of liberty, which are the 4 adjoining points. So across and along. Now, if we are to set a second stone, it will connect with an existing stone, and they will now share the breadths that they have on their adjoining intersections. So, as opposed to having 4 breadths when the stone was originally set down, this now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 breadths, and this is what we would refer to as a group. A group is any combination of connected stones. Now, this is not a group because these 2 stones are not connected. They each have their own 4 breadths, 2 of which are shared. Now, breadths are important because when opposing stones are set on the board and they occlude breadths, the stone, oh, let's not drop any. Let's also not lean down to pick anything up. when a stone or a group of stones runs out of breaths, the stone is considered captured. It does two important things. Frees up the spot that the stone was in originally, which is important in understanding the deeper layers of the game, and the captured stone also participates in the later point count. Second, let me adjust this. Oh, this is much better. Okay. So, if you have any questions, feel free to post those in the chat. I'll get to them once there's a break in explanations. So, now, that being said, if a stone is set on a border, so for example, on line 1, since it has fewer intersections, it will now also have fewer breaths. So a stone that is set on the far border or like on any of the border junctions will have how many breaths? Chat, that's a question for you. Everyone has to listen because this will be on the test. While you figured that one out, I'm going to set up a little learning aid over here. Remember, this is supposed to be an interactive exercise. All right, chat does not seem to know. That's fine. It's okay to not know because that is the purpose of learning. If you all knew everything, then there would be nothing for me to teach you. A stone set down on a border of the board on an edge junction, otherwise referred to as line 1, would have 3 breaths because 3 junctions. Stone set in a corner, uncommon, but sometimes it happens, it has only 2 breaths. So, what is our objective in Go? It is to delineate the board and square off as much territory as we can, and our opponent is going to try and prevent us from doing so. In order for a group to become solidified, or as it's usually referred to as a living group, it needs to secure 2 simultaneous breaths. That way it becomes impervious to capturing. Demonstrate why and how. All right, so we've gone over captures previously. In order to capture a stone or a group of stones, we would need to occlude all of its available breaths, or otherwise called as depriving it all of its degrees of freedom. So, if we build a group, oh, and yes, one more important detail. I'm going to set this out, and I'll explain that later. So, if, for example, we have a situation, oh, let's leave that stone at the side. So, if we have a situation like this, where we have a spot that only has a single breath left unoccluded, hypothetically, we shouldn't, but we can place a stone here. This would be a stone that's immediately referred to as a dead stone because it is 1 step away from being captured, but it is a legal move. Now, if a spot has no breaths, therefore if a stone were to be set down here, it would be immediately captured. This is now an illegal move. So you cannot put stones down into a spot that does not have breaths. The only exception to that rule is, let's see how we model that. Well, we'll get to the exception later. So because of that, the way we form a living group is by securing at least 2 points that have at least a single breath that cannot be eroded. Because now, the white player cannot set a stone down here, and he cannot set a stone down here. These are mutually exclusive placements. Therefore, this group cannot be captured. It can only be encircled, and that's part of a larger sort of power play along the board. Now, if we are in a situation where a group only has a single breath, normally this would be an illegal placement. However, because this placement immediately captures this entire group of black stones, thus freeing up breaths, it becomes a legal move. I messed up a little bit of the geometry because the chroma key gloves are a little clumsy to work with and the stones are slippery, but you get the gist of it. So after a capture, all of the stones that comprise the group are added to the scoring of the capturing player, and the territory that is now occluded by a player's stones is counted towards his point count. So, for example, let's lay out an example game and go. More than enough stones to demonstrate. And this will also allow us to get into like the subtleties of it. So normally black goes first. This is the appropriate way to hold a ghost stone. Not like this. This is dilettante. This is someone who at least knows how to play. So, depending on how you set down your initial stones, there are certain subtleties that are associated with it that the Orientals put a lot of stock into. For example, this is considered a polite opener. This is the heart stone, essentially. I'm setting my heart up against, setting my stone up against the heart of my immediate companion. For example, this is seen as a very closed, very cold opening, somewhat impolite. This is, I will wash my balls in your mouth. This is considered the imperial stone, something that only someone of extreme royalty could even allow themselves to move with. It is balanced by the fact that it's also a very disadvantageous position. We'll get into why. But generally, just putting a stone down in the middle of butt fucking nothing is a difficult position to defend. Another function for the markings is that there are certain grades of sort of difficulty and relative difficulty. It's always considered that the black player has an advantage because he has what's referred to as sente, so he has initiative, and white player is assumed to be reactive because he needs to bounce off of whatever the white player, or rather, whatever the black player is going to be doing. He needs to react while also sort of executing his own game plan. So this would normally be the flow. If the black player is, if the black player requires a further handicap outside of already going first, you can set out uh, up to, so normally up to 9 is like the biggest handicap that you can give someone. But normally, so if you go 1 stone handicap, 2 stones handicap, 3 stone handicap, 4 stone handicap, 5 stone handicap, 6 stone handicap, 7 stone, 8, 9. If you're playing against an actual child who's not really capable of putting up any degree of resistance, then you would also add intermittent stones in the corner like this. So you sort of pre-capture this and you further harden it. Normally people don't go past this point, but you can also place down a stone over here. 2 more over here. And like past this point, like if you need any more handicap, you probably shouldn't be playing the game at all. So I accidentally, back when I used to play online ranked, I accidentally accepted a game with a 4 stone handicap and I still managed to win somehow. I'm still not sure how I did that. So let's set out an example game and we can stop halfway to sort of break it down. Right? We say that stay on our sides, go over here. Black wants to extend here. White goes for solidifying a side. Black goes to also solidify a side after extending. White stays high. And for example, um, I as a black player want to invade. So this is sort of the more typical flow of an opener. What do we see so far? We see that each player has a certain claim, a loose claim of territory, right? White has the lower left corner, upper right corner, sort of going into the side. Black has an entire right side extending down to the right. And he's also asking a question of the white player of, okay, how much of this am I going to cleave out of you? The center is still very much in play because neither one of them really has any influence, what we would refer to. So any incorrect proxies that would allow you to build further stones out into the center to support any groups that you may put down. Now, a typical sort of positioning mistake that newbies will do, like they'd say, well, at this point I need to play, well, for example, let's say the white player we assume is going to be a little bit more experienced, so he's going to fortify over here, right? Or rather, I would say probably over here. You fortify over here, and black player, for example, goes, well, now I have all of this going on, I can take center. This is generally a bad move because you are passing the step of actually building up any material influence before you try to claim the center for yourself, right? Because if this is a move that we do, well, in that case, there is no roots, there's nothing to do here. White can just immediately interject and try to cleave. Any direct attempts at connecting are always going to be broken off. I'll be even like this, a little bit aggressive, threatens to connect, cuts him off here. So, and this is now starting to form into something. Like, yes, there is a group, but you also caused white to essentially gain all of this space when this used to still be in play. Instead, yes, you get some kind of structure in the center. That structure is also not really leaning on anything, right? So even if we were to continue this train of thought, right, we try to jump here. White tries to further interject, tries to cut him off. You go here, hyperextend, right? We're at this point, black has already lost initiative because he has to react to white punishing his mistake, and it turns into a shit fight in close quarters over here. And this is where you get to do most of your sort of move math, understand like what am I working with in terms of breath, how is that interacting with the rest of the field in play. And at this point, since we have initiative, white isn't really threatened. There's not like one single move that black can take here in order to really threaten our position. Then we can go and just drag our nuts across black's face by just doing this. So now we start interjecting into his territory. He has to answer. He has to answer in a way that's not going to cost him stones. And we start reinforcing, chase, go over here, threaten to cut, reinforce, right? And it sort of starts interacting with other parts of the board. What do we see in play here? We see that white is actually expanding his influence from the two corners that we had originally, and it's all a product of black sort of being a little bit over eager and trying to take the corner first, or not the corner, sorry, from trying to take the center first without establishing a good foundation. Let's see how this continues playing out. So, uh, let's again make another deliberate mistake. For example, black goes to try to undercut white. Why would we normally try to go under, closer to the edge? Because normally the easiest way to build a group is to build a group in the corner because you can lean against the the edge junctions, and you need fewer stones in order to make a viable group with two breaths, with two eyes rather. So, if our black player is eager to try to cut off this situation and prevent white from taking root in his territory, he's going to do this, which is not a great move, which is what's going to bring us gradually into the question of Joseki. Joseki being sort of a calculated combination of sequences typically played under certain circumstances. This is one such circumstance. This is what we refer to as san-san, right? So the board has a loose numbering associated with it. It's a coordinate grid. San-san is the 3-3 point, meaning it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 when we count from a corner. You don't normally need to make significant use of the coordinates on the board anyway. Don't worry about it. Those coordinates, for the purposes of the form, are relative. What is material here is this approach. Approaching in this situation and approaching in this situation. Oh, you don't see that. This situation over here. Those are materially different moves because this stone is leaning on this wall and on this influence, creating difficulties to try to square it off. This is likely a lost corner for the black player. This corner over here, this is an isolated stone. This is not necessarily a bad placement, it's just not going to be very advantageous. So we're going to take this away because this is going to sequence break. But let's play this out first. Let's play out the positive scenario first. Right? So set down a black stone, or rather a white stone, deep into the corner. Black answers by reinforcing. White extends. Black jumps, tries to cut. White extends again. Black tries to cut off. White, normally, this would not be an escape play. However, because there are pre-existing groups over here, black cannot just cut this off because then it's going to be countered and essentially it's going to be a lost cause, meaning that black cannot create this original jump here. So, normally, so in this situation, having a pre-existing wall, we wouldn't jump. We would just continue extending. Yeah, we would go to 3. We'd probably attempt to jump. No, probably still not jump. We still try to extend over here. White now tries slipping under the black group. Go over here. Extends further. Try pressing the advantage. Get a little aggressive. So, if we want to be a little bit cute and sophisticated, we can do this. I'm going to explain why. Actually, let's explain why now. If I just do this, this is a completed group. We're gonna play around on the edges a little bit for like 1 or 2 points. It's kind of open and shut case, gives me nothing to work with. If I set it down like this is potentially open-ended. Because these stones are not connected. This one only has 2 breaths, this one only has 3. White could hypothetically try to approach this if the need should show itself, giving black an opportunity to then react and snap back at the attempt to close this off. So this is a more open-ended ending. You can use it later to leverage some kind of situation. But let's say black goes like this. The play by white is to do this. Why? Because it's not enough to just corner ourselves off with a solid group. We also need to start creating infrastructure. Drag this out over here. We also need to start creating space for us to form eyes. So the way this would continue playing out, this goes over here. Right? If we want to be a little bit greedy, we can do this. We attack here. White closes off. Black extends. White closes off here. Black closes off here. And honestly, depending on how aggressive you want to be, we can do this, threatening a counter, close off the wall. And this is not a terrible situation for black because sort of that wall isn't actually leaning on shit. And that's actually, so depending on our next move, this is either okay for white because we've gained all of this territory, which is roughly like 10 points. Black has a wall over here that expresses influence further down the side, which is going to be in play later. However, depending on our next move, right? If white decides to do something else entirely, for example, go and explore another corner, black can do this. This is generally bad for the white player because now these 4 stones are effectively lost. There's going to be some shit flinging, but generally black is now going to at least get this in terms of territory, which is also fine because for the white player, this is largely solidified. This is also pretty settled. This territory might be slightly in play. Hello, Crespian. However, if white does not overextend and does this, well, then black is truly fucked. Rather, even slightly like this, slightly tighter group. Because now, well, black needs to escape. Interesting transparency level. Well, listen, I'm bad at matching colors, okay? People are complaining that the hands are not red. Let's start with the fact that the hands are not red to begin with. They're reddish, sort of an amber yellow, but that's besides the fact. So as to not offend anyone's immersion, despite the fact that I am technically capable of shapeshifting, I can become human colored, but that's besides the point. There you go. You have articulating hands overlaid on the board. So, as I was saying, the correct move is this. Black is going to try to wiggle himself out, but best you can do in this situation is try to build eyes. You're still offended? God damn. Well, I am sorry about that. You're still what offends you in particular? The chroma key? Or the hands being very, very up close and personal? Are you in feeling range? Have you been felt up by a demon recently? We don't necessarily even need to play this out. I would say superficially, this group is fucking dead. But if we really want to drive the point, male on stream, understandable complaint, very valid. I can try to alleviate that for you. If I can get a hold of my mouse and not knock everything off stream. Just a second. That is a valid complaint and a valid criticism. Thankfully, we have a solution to that. Oh no, not an update. Well, hopefully it's not a very big update. It's not. Okay, good. Stand by. Okay, while it's installing, we're going to continue casing whatever we're doing here. It's already good. Give it a moment. How do we feel about having a little bit of light music in the background? Very slightly. Going to fuck with my editing later, but that is a price that I'm willing to pay. Since we have a little bit of downtime. You know what? Never mind. You don't get any music. I'm just going to overlay it over the done video. Ah, we're loading. We're loading. Come on. There we are. Fantastic. I just need to catch where the layer for her is. Oogie, cam desk pet, there you are. Make you a little bit tinier for today. Yay. Oh no, never mind. I need to place it all the way on top. There we go. There you go. There. The male on stream has been balanced by the visage of Hosho Marine, who I cannot see for some reason. Probably because she's attached to a different screen. If you have any questions about anything that we did on the board, feel free to type those out. If not, I'll just continue with building a hypothetical world full of desolation and war. Let's put up a model that's not going to get me in trouble with color. There we go. Girls front line. Going once. There we go. Excuse me. Which instance of that's why is it running 2 instances now? Okay, let me figure this out real quick. One of these is not like the other. You've missed something vital. You did miss the entire introduction, but you know what? I'm feeling. I want to increase mic volume. Thank you for letting me know. I'm just going to turn up my gain slightly. Is this better? Even not so slightly, actually. Because, yeah, different setup, so microphone volumes are going to vary. Let's just turn you off. Fuck it. We just have Hosho Marin in the corner. Mic is low. That's better? Okay, good. Listen, different setup. I'm not talking directly into the microphone because it gets in the way of everything else. Thank you. There's your token woman, T-Man. Enjoy. Now I shall continue on with the lecture. Now, as I've said, this is largely a fucking lost cause for Black as a consequence of earlier bad decisions. Tell me if you've heard that one before. What was our last move? I think we reinforced a black somewhere over here. And that was probably about it. Correct me if I'm going out of sequence. So now we're going to look at an example of a unfortunate sun-sun placement. So this was here. So a sun-sun placement that doesn't lean on any existing influences or on any other external structures, which is not a bad move in and of itself. Just understand what you get for it. So if I am playing it in this corner, it means that I don't have anything to try to reach. There's nothing to cut me off from because there's nothing to do. So the only thing that I can get here is a little bit of territory. And what Black gets in return is a nice and sturdy structure. We go over here. He builds up. I solidify. He starts encircling. It actually starts encircling like that. I put down roots. He puts pressure here. I put down a stone here. He closes me off. I form a second eye. Not be greedy. So, and it's going to look something like this. This is pretty much like standard sequence Joseki that we have played out over here. It's not top over. It's not throw my bottle off the table. So let's examine the difference. Bottom segment is cut off. Yes, that's why I adjusted the camera. We don't need to see the sequence. We just need to like contrast and compare the two. So this is a 3-3 played in a vacuum. It's a very aggressive move. If you play it correctly, if you don't fuck up the sequence and your opponent doesn't catch you fucking up the sequence and punishing you, you will receive admittedly a pittance of territory. So we have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 points of territory, which, you know, at the scale of the entire fucking 19 by 19 board, isn't a lot. But when you're closing off and the end game, it might actually chalk up to something more material, and it might be the difference between winning a game or losing a game. The Go snobs will say that the perfect game is usually won by like a single point, perfectly balanced. Essentially, it would mean that you were actually playing against someone your level as opposed to bullying an invalid and winning over him by like a gigantic margin of 300 points. So, if we were to play a 3-3 in a vacuum, we get between 8 to 10 points, depending on the exact shape that plays out. Black gets a pretty solid wall. We're not doing anything with this anymore. Unless we leave it half played somewhere in the interim, we go and we fuck with Black's business through other means, and we try to interact with other pieces of his territory. This is pretty solidified. This is his fucking wall. This wall also leans on two sides. It gives him influence towards the center. He already has some stuff going on here. It is generally assumed that most of this is going to go to the black player. Now, we zoom back into our previous sort of more developed, more contextualized corner. We have significantly more territory. We have significantly more territory while bifurcating Black's groups. This is not a living group, and we can essentially just normally this would be considered an overplay, but for the purposes of just, you know, explaining it well, let me demonstrate that there is actually no room for Black to attempt to build eyes here. All right, even if he attempts to do that, as long as you play your Joseki correctly, at no point will he be able to collect 2 points of immunity. Right? Like, this is dead. This is fucking dead. Even if he tries to make one over here, tough shit, that's still not eyes. Tries to slip out. We jump over here. He tries to go here. Stay aggressive. We can stay aggressive because we're driving the advantage here, essentially. Right. Try cutting this off. We connect. Try going here. Cut him over here. So we try to fight for breaths. Remember how we previously said that, for example, if there's a point with no breaths on the board, you can still put a stone down if it results in a capture. This is one of those classic situations here. This group only has a singular breath left. because it was a false eye to begin with. We wouldn't let him form eyes here anyway. He's trying to push the advantage. He's trying to cut this side off. So now we place down one more stone, and we collect this entire group. This goes into capture scores, right? And this also creates plenty of space for actual real eyes. So white now convincingly lives in this corner, also potentially, well, actually killing this entire fucking group. White sort of gets a rickety little fence over here. These stones are also under attack. Like, he needs to do some shit pronto. He needs to start joining. He needs to start cutting. Like, you need to do something because you are actively getting your shit pushed in right now. So, and white can get pretty aggressive here because he's not playing defensively anymore. Right? And this turns into sort of a more expressed, larger map of what we were trying to express here. So, okay, let's actually look at another corner. Move the map, move the camera slightly. No, that's not going to work. We're just going to move the board instead. I don't like the fact that something is rocking back and forth, but we'll figure it out. Again, if you've not been here for the first part of the stream, just feel free to tell me. And we're going to ask a question if you're wondering about something, and I will try to accommodate you as best I can. Right, so the lower end of the board. We return to it. It's not entirely legible, courtesy of, it's a gigantic fucking desk. It's more of a limitation of the arm that the camera sits on. So we have this whole area in place still. Any guesses as to how a 3-3 placement would play in this part of the map? Oni Dojo, that's a question for you. Going once? Going twice? Let's consider. We have a white wall over here. We have a lot of black infrastructure over here. We're playing as the black player right now. You don't remember anything about Go. Okay. Do you remember the rules? Fair enough. Okay, so if we're playing as a black player, you mean anything? Okay, let me give you just a quick once-over. Every stone has 4 breaths. Breaths are degrees of freedom. They are indicated by the adjoining intersections on the board. Stones are set down into said intersections. Single stone has 4. When stones are set in their respective breaths, they form a group. They connect like this. They do not connect like this. If all breaths of a group or a stone are occluded, stone is taken off the map and into the capture count. So that's the basic rule set. We can get down into the particulars if we have any specific questions. But back to the larger map here. Black has all of this as pretty solid territory. Like, you would need to fuck up very badly in order to lose this. We also have a very solid wall built over here in this corner as a result of the initial 3-3. White has all of this, which is largely uncontested, and generally it would be considered impolite to contest all of this unless you actually have it like on good authority that you can stuff your opponent in so hard then you can actually build and live in this territory, and we can explore that further. So this is sort of provisionally a white corner. It's a white corner because it leans into the side. It's butting up against the wall over here. So what is a way for black to play this? There are 2 ways. We can go through the same Joseki we just looked at. We can go San-san. And then we're going to have a sequence of basically trying to wall it off, to not let it join the rest of the black infrastructure, even at the expense of some points. Or if black wants to be a little bit more subtle and fight for it a little bit, we can do this. See, this is like these are materially different propositions. Oh, hey there, Han. How are you doing today? So, we've looked at the more aggressive scenario of just doing just the raw sun over here. Let's explore this approach because this is going to be your more classic approach. This or this, actually. This is probably going to be more common. Got to poke them in the eyes exactly. We just did a pretty massive eye poke previously. Like, look at this corner over here. This used to be a black group. How are you doing today, Dante? Actually, you know what, Dante? Since you're in the know, you get to pick the next case study. So we have this uncontested white side. We have a white corner. Center and half of a side is mostly black. We've played a 3-3 in this corner from white. We got a little bit of territory. There's now a black wall over here. So we have a question for the black player. We can do another 3-3 and just build a little bit over here, or we can try this approach or this approach. What would you say? And once we finish up with sort of exploring the larger picture, second placement has a hair on its chest. Good. Thank you, sir. That is the correct approach. This is a better placement because you get to lean on the structures that you already formed over here. You potentially threaten to reach into the walls over here, and you cleave all of this territory from this line and inwards. This placement will just give you a scrap of territory in the corner. It gives white a gigantic piece of influence that also looks into further retracting your influence in the center. And that's going to chalk up to a difference of roughly, I'm going to say like 20 points. But yeah, this is a better placement because this is a little bit far away. Let's actually do it like this. This is not pleasant. Like, no one's going to try to do this because that's going to be an immediate capture. So white is most likely just going to stand on business and guard the corner, either like this to butt up directly and just build territory off of each other, right? Or alternatively, we can just lean hard into the corner and say, hey, you do whatever the fuck you want on the side, just stay off my fucking lawn. Which, you know, fair enough. We say, okay, we're not contesting the corner. Let's just build out over here. So, black continues to build. We threaten breaches along the line, while also creating a bit of living space for ourselves. Maybe tickle the corner very gently. Make sure that we build up from any situations we create. Remember, whenever you place a stone in Go, you're asking a question. It's pronounced ask, first of all. But essentially, whenever we do sequences like this, yeah? So I, as the black player, will state a question. Are you sure this is your corner? White responds with, yes, I am sure this is my fucking corner. Well, that's great. Well, how much of your corner do you want to keep? Well, maybe a little bit more than you were originally suggesting. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'm just staying on this side of the equation for now. And from that point onward, you're basically just locking your territories and solidifying boundaries. Right, we're going to go into it looking something like this. Lock down this. So, and see, as opposed to receiving like a sliver that was worth something like 8 points from just getting the corner, per Dante's advice, we're getting an extra 1, 2, 3, 5, 15 here. We got an extra 25 points just from playing this side slightly better. Now, if we were to close off our boundaries. We continue playing. Let's say we are feeling a little bit adventurous because, let me slide the board down, we do have all of this situation over here. Now, in a vacuum, this is not a situation. This is nothing. This is a waste of stones. The beauty of the way points are counted under a Japanese rule set, which is the only correct rule set, by the way, is that technically, as long as you keep putting down stones and your opponent continues answering with putting down stones, you're not really losing points. As opposed to the Chinese way, where they count all of the points underneath your territory, even ones covered by stones. So, in this situation, if you want to be a fucking dick, you do this. Now, you're potentially threatening building something viable over here on the wall, which is assumed to be White's territory. But this was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 60 points potentially. 65, actually. 65, 66 points. This entire side. You can say, well, damn, man, I think that's actually quite a lot of points. And how about fuck you, you're not getting the entire thing. And now White has to contend with that. And ways to contend with it would be to try to then interject and prevent Black from going towards the side, because the way you survive in a corner, like in a very constrained environment over here, is that you try to lean against the sides, because that's how you get to form eyes faster. And so as the Black player, we start trying to create a little bit of living space. So White has to be a little bit aggressive just to make sure that we don't get a lot of room to work with. We can threaten to jump over here. White now has to react over here. And here, we return to our favorite move, the 3-3. Now White has to actively fucking react. Because if he reacts to the Joseki, even if he plays a standard sequence, but he directs it wrong, he fucked up. He's going to let all of this shit survive, lose a shit ton of territory, potentially lose more stones in between. So, what would be the correct answer from White here? We can either go here, or we can go here. So we have these 2 points. What feels good, chat? We can workshop why and how. All right, there seem to be no takers. That's fine. The conservative answer would be this. Why? Because I do not want him to connect with this group over here, because God forbid he manages to fucking survive. He's now biting off a chunk off of my guaranteed territory. I don't really want that to happen. What's stopping 1-6? 1-6 for White? Let's see. 3-3. 1-6. 1-6 is a border stone. What do you mean 1-6? So 1-6 would be 1-1, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, 1-6. This? 2-6 here. That's okay. This? For White or for Black? I mean, the count is relative. So, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This? For White? More south here. Yes, okay, for White. This. Okay, so let's workshop this. This is not a great placement for 2 reasons. First of all, we're putting down a stone that already is 1 breath short. So we already are putting down a wounded stone. because we're putting it into a spot that hasn't included breath. So we're putting it on the board with a handicap already. Second of all, we're putting it by the edge. So there's a lot less space to try to build off. There is still a tangential connection. We can try to save it by connecting it to that stone over here. However, means that we're inviting this answer. And if we continue this train of thought, we're attacked, therefore we need to defend, or we need to create some kind of open-ended defense here, which means that black can now proceed to do this. And we're now on the defensive, running from a group that we were supposed to smother in its crib. So now, this is now a group. This is now semi-connected. We're being driven into the wall. We're detached from any other helpful stones. And we're just going to, even if we survive, even if we cut this off, we're now basically playing a small group inside of our own territory while this continues to live. Trying to remember what went where. I think that's the setup that we had, right? So, the correct answer is this. Because we link up with existing stones, we lean on existing infrastructure, we deny immediate access to this stone to these stones over here. Right? So all he can do, black wasn't on 2-7 and the 3-6 had a. All right, let's roll that back. Black wasn't on 3-6. Where's 3-6? This? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Black wasn't on 3-6. Oh, but wasn't on 2-7. Wait, 3-6 you say as a reread. Okay. It was like this. And where's 2-7? There was not a 2-7 here, right? We look like something like this. I'm very lazy. I lean on my digital apps. There. Okay, good. So we've answered. Again, whenever you're placing down a stone, the stone is always a question, right? Take this one off. Placing down a stone is always a question. I, as the black player, ask, "Are you sure this is your corner? Maybe I want. Are you sure this is your side, rather?" And the response from white is, "Yes, I'm fucking sure it's my side. You're not going to connect." Response from black is, "Okay, fair enough. I guess I'm just going to keep the corner." Correct response here, the fuck? Well, maybe we're going to discuss the corner. From here, we try to extend. White continues to go. This is our correct play. White continues to press the advantage. Black closes off here. White connects. Black now gets Sente. They extend here. We block him off here. Attack. Connect here. Connect here. Connect here. Here. Close. Really want to be a dick. Threaten here. Connect. Now, as a result of playing that 3-3 that we created an opening for by creating this situation, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points of our own territory inside of what was supposed to be white's sort of handed over territory. Now, that being said, we still have a little bit of action going over here. And let's explore ways for us to try to survive here. So, White had the previous stone. How do we try to survive this as black? Now, this is one of those you need to walk and chew gum at the same time kind of situations for the black player because you now have two circles to square. You need to create at least two eyes, two real eyes. And the way you do that is by forcing your opponent to react to things that are not you building eyes. That'll make sense in a moment. So, for example, if we look at the board really, really closely, there is a vulnerability for white. This group currently does not have eyes. This is kind of an open question because it's just, three stones in a row. This is so the white will assume that you as the black player will try to build eyes here if he's paying attention to what you're doing. However, if I as the black player try to build my eyes, for example, like this, where I'm sort of trying to solidify territory. I am trying to create eyes, but I am also depriving this group of breath. And depending on how white wants to react, I'm going to play this a little bit differently. So what would you say is a correct play for white here? There are options. Let me give you the options. Option 1. I start poking out the eyes. I just place stones right in between your fucking eyes. Or, alternatively, let me snooze that ad break real quick. So that's going to be what? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. So it's either a 1, 2, 3, 4, a 4, 7, or we do something like this. And we potentially create an opening for this group to escape should we start losing breaths. But we don't directly address any situation over here. So the question is, what is the correct go here? Is it the 4-7 or is it the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 7-5? Come on, one or two. You have to pick. We either go aggressive and we go after eyes immediately, or we try to choke stuff off on the periphery. It's an insurgency. You cannot retake initiative. Defense isn't going to stop the bleeding. In terms of specific moves, tell me. Option 1? Okay, good. Aggressive, but also incorrect, because if I do this, me as the black player, shit, okay, cool. Boom, I survived. Like, me as black placing down this stone now gives me all of this. I now have a surplus of at least 20 points. And now white is going to have to build around all of this shit. Is that a contested opinion? Should I showcase how that's going to play out further? You can see this white group that has two breaths. Even if white tries to get cute and attack here, okay, still two breaths. I have way more than two breaths. This group dies in two moves. So aggressive is good, but aggression needs to be calculated. Before you can reach the head, you need to cut off his fucking legs. So as the white player, you need to make sure that there's not going to be any funny business attempted. So this stone was not here. So as the white player, I forget, was this here? Was this here? Was this here? No, this was not. Okay. So as white, This is the correct stone. Because if black attempts to continue to latch you in, we take the stone. This now lives. Even if he continues to be aggressive, great. I just connected my groups. This is now all one solid group. I definitely live. You're not getting any kind of territory built up here. Like, sucks to suck. You can try. Like, you can try making eyes over here. I'm going to try to snuff you out. Needs to defend because there are no breaths here. Compact you further. We go here. And now you can start gouging eyes. To be fair, the black 5/5 was one of the additions, but that's not important. It's an order of priority. Like, the initial, the stone that you wanted to put down is an important stone. It's just that you need to create a little bit of groundwork here. And this is where Go theory actually starts intersecting with sort of applied combatives, be it actual martial arts or grand military strategy. Yes, a strike on a sensitive point, gouging the eyes out, being proactive is important. But doing that requires a good groundwork. Let me, just a second. I need a drink of water. Normally I don't talk this much. Yummy water. Okay, so moving on. It's not a very structured lecture, so bear with me. But in order to seize an opportunity, you need to create your opportunity, meaning that you need to eliminate your potential weaknesses. And our weakness was the capacity for this group to be choked out while we try to fight for something over here. And this is where breath math becomes sort of pertinent. That's why I say you need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. It means that you need to be able to set objectives and pursue those objectives while being mindful of the interactions of the stones on the board. How many groups do you have? Do you have operational control of the choke points? Can you realistically, like, what's going to be the turn count for a group to be lost? Because usually, in order for a group to be completely lost, it requires a sequence of somewhere between two. It requires several stones to be ignored for you to actually completely lose the group. So at this point, like, right, white sets down this stone. Good. As black, you still need to finalize this situation. Right? You can either continue fighting for this, which is not a recommended outcome. There's like a certain amount of predictive effort comes to play from play experience. It does. It like at certain points you're going to like the concrete informs the abstract informs the concrete, right? If the principle is not universal, the art you're pursuing is not great, or it's not real Tao, right? If there's not an underlying principle that can flow in and out of specifics, then it's not really a pursuit that's going to teach you anything. And while Go does have these very specific items to it, those specific items, when put together, will express larger principles. For example, 3-3 is a specific joseki. It's a specific sequence of stones that is played under specific circumstances. The logic, the larger overarching logic for it is you can pursue specific tactical action when you create circumstances for it. And depending on the circumstances that you create for it, you're going to get different outcomes. For example, as we've explored previously, when we played 3-3 in this territory as white, because we were leaning on an existing structure, we were able to just lock all of this out and create a pretty large group that then helped us prevent any kind of life for black over here. And it also went on to try to reinforce a larger field of influence. Now, before we played this 3/3 as black, we created some kind of ambiguity in previously uncontested territory. And while we had white dealing with this and we gave him other concerns to worry about, we still got territory that was previously uncontested, and that's now ours. Right? And moving back over here, just observing a 3/3 play in a vacuum, we get very little, and we create a wall of influence for our opponent. So you get these very different outcomes depending on the larger context of what's happening on the board. And it's all 3/3. Like, we've played 3/3 in 3 out of 4 corners, but the 3 out of 4 corners look very differently. You might have to put in a game day and expect to lose. I mean, I can look into some Steam. If you find a good Steam engine for playing Go, we can do that as a community exercise. I am very rusty. It's been a while since I've played Go, much less taught it. So your odds might be not as dire as you expect. So it's called Tabletop Simulator. I did not consider that. I was looking up Go engines today because I wanted to be lazy and not do a desk stream, and at no point did I consider Tabletop Simulator. Okay, fair enough. Touche. See, like, you've identified a blind spot. Now, as the black player, we still have things to do. I will give you let's give you a semi-guided sort of open question. What is more important right now? To close off this territory over here, make sure that we finalize that structure, and just put it effectively, we just need to do this. All right, is it more important to do this or try to save something else on the board, try to salvage this group over here, which is, as of right now, is still dead? So what do we think? We go for corner, or we try to rescue the stones at the top of the board? Solidify or rescue? You think 2? Correct. And the way now, there are options to doing this. This is actually also Joseki. You'd run the corner, but could be a bad decision. Yes. So Notary is more right in this particular context, because if I just do this, okay, cool. This entire corner is mine. Then I, as white, should do this. Actually, like over here. This is standard Joseki. This group is now dead. Because even if I try to make eyes, white is just going to extend. This is a shape that's referred to bent 4 in the corner. You're scared? Why is my hand transparent? You're not supposed to see the part of the hand is transparent. My hand is amber yellow. It's your first time seeing a Go board, so you're probably full of bad game decisions. No, not really. That's okay. I'm asking these questions not to like poke fun and say, haha, you answered wrong. It's more of an open-ended question of like seeing a larger context and then explaining the reasoning for why. Like, it's not universally bad to stay in the corner, right? Stone was not here. So if we are the black player, this, while being a relatively standard problem, reinstall, double check, Go as a standard package board in a workshop required. Thank you, sir. So, how do we salvage? Well, see, actually, even before that, I'm not going to say that Codename's answer is necessarily wrong. If you are a newer player and you do not have a comfortable handle on counting breaths, on playing Joseki, of solving like hundreds and hundreds of problems, the corner is actually a better play, because like this is already dead. I need to make sure that this lives because if I do something that doesn't require a response from white, white just does this, and I'm losing like I still survive, but I lose like half of the corner. So from a safety perspective, this or this are acceptable plays. These are not bad plays. And if you think that you're not going to figure whatever the fuck needs to happen here, or if there's some kind of, peripheral activity happening somewhere else on the board, maybe don't even fucking bother with it. So, but if we want to bother with it, right? We need to avoid creating what's referred to as a bend 4 in a corner. A bend 4 in a corner, or a bend 4, means that it is a combination of 4 breaths that is bent over like this and is leaning against the wall. It's considered a disadvantageous position that prevents you from building eyes. The way you build eyes in this situation is counterintuitive. You do this. You actually decrease the number of breaths that you have. The payoff is that white is now unable to block you directly because he will instantly lose that stone. So all he can do is just try to approach you and retract you inside of that territory. And bingo, you have 2 fully formed eyes. Like, is this a lot of territory? No, not remotely. But it's territory that your opponent doesn't get. And now that white had to answer, rather no, black answered. So we made eyes. White can play this the way he wants to, which would normally be, well, I guess I'll just take that, which is fine. It's an aggressive response, but he'll claw off a little bit of territory, but we gain more than we lose, right? Because instead of losing all of these stones and the underlying territory, we lost 6 points, 3 in captures and 3 in raw territory, which is fine. So we still get to keep most of the corner, but we get to keep this as well. I'd say it's an acceptable exchange. Right? And then. I'm trying to think. What was I'm a little scatterbrained. I think white was the last stone, right? Or was it black? We took 3 stones. Black puts down, so it's white turn right now. See, as white, the primary thing I want to do now is just continue choking this over here. Because this corner over here is very dangerous to ignore. Because while we're dealing with other peripheral threats, if black suddenly decides to re-engage the play over here on the wall, starts doing shit like this, or like this, like he starts sort of still angling and pushing out into the borders. If left to his own devices for long enough, he's going to find a way to motherfuck you, right? Which means that we as white, once sort of the more pertinent questions are out of the way, we need to start actually putting a kibosh on black's ability to, well, do pretty much anything. At that point, it's a question of, well, do you as the black player want to waste any more stones on trying to fix this situation? Right? Because, okay, fine, he threatens me here, I extend. Fine, I join. I also join. That's great. You don't get eyes. And that's pretty much a settled deal at this point. So we seem to have interlocked territories across the board. Let's get into how do we count points, which is an important part of the calculation here. Now, the way we count points is first we remove all of the stones that are dead. These are non-contested stones. So for example, these stones over here are alive. These are also alive. The stones over here in the corner are also alive. This white stone is dead. So that goes into white's capture. Put them in one capture bowl. What else? These black stones over here in the middle, we as the white player have prevented them from building eyes. So now we take them off the board because it's a dead group. It's nice that these stones get a little bit of traffic because they've just been sitting in a fucking drawer for the longest time. Show you if it's even visible in the camera. These are Hamaguri stones. So the white stones are made of seashell, and the black stones are basalt or basalt. Basalt, I think, is the correct way to pronounce that. But these are very nice high end stones, and because I don't play a lot of Go in person, they've been just sitting there. It's part of the reason why I wanted to do this event. So once we have the stones out of the way, making sure that we don't move any other stones off the board, we make sure to place them. That was a contested little spot, but we'll take that. We can also occupy any neutral points just to make sure that no one gets white for shells. Neat. Yes. It's not mother of pearl because that's normally considered to be more high end. That's mostly used for like teaware or for accessories or jewelry. But the actual shell proper is used for ghost stones, and it's actually very nice, mm, a very nice texture to it. So, all right, let's move it over here. You can move stones back and forth between sort of a territory of the same player, so to speak. Some smug bastard out there runs with alabaster and shale. Yeah, pretty much. Wait, maybe mine is shale actually. Maybe the black stones might be shale. I've seen sapphire stones. I've seen agate stones. Very popular, very fucking expensive. I don't play enough Go to justify that kind of expense. But at this point, your objective is to make neat forms that are easy to calculate. This is no one's territory. We're just going to occupy that. They keep saying that Palestine is free, and then they're surprised the Jews want to take it. Right. So, for example, this is white's territory, but in order to just remove any complex math from the equation, we're just going to occupy the entire corner with stones from other spots. And that way we can count that territory elsewhere, and we're going to have more or less even Steven spaces going along. Let's see. Put that over here. That over here. And oh boy, I'm going to need to break out the calculator for this. All right, so we have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 15 plus 4, 19. Oh. What is this? There we go. All right, we have 19 over here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 times. Usually my least favorite part. 5 times 7 is 35, so that's plus 19. So this is 35. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Plus 12. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's another plus 25 points. Right, so white is left with a total of 91 points. Let's remember that. Let's look at black's territory. And we have 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. So we have 10. We have 1, 2. No, this is white's territory. Oh god, your shit is all fucked up. Try to sequester off even bits of it to counted somewhat correctly. Usually when you're in a tournament, this is the scariest part when you're actively paranoid that the judges are going to try to fuck you over. When they start moving stones around and like they're sort of in the place they're supposed to be, but you're also not entirely trusting because you have a lot of ego riding on it. All right, so let's go. We got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's plus 14. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Up. We're going to leave that in for now. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 88 plus 189. So 89 plus 10, that's 99. So black wins because black has 123. Oh, wait. Oh, we forgot about the fucking captures. All right, that's on me. Sorry. So the way we usually count captures is that we'll just lay them out and we'll use them to fill out the territory of the respective player. So the white player has captured black stones. So those black stones are deducted from the winner's territory, essentially. So this is actually going to make counting it a little bit easier. So in raw territory, without the captures, black should win. Because I believe what? The white score was 91. And the black score is 123. But if we add the captures, this starts looking very differently. For example, we lose all of this territory over here on the side. And we lose a little bit of territory as white. So white is now down to 90 points, but black now only has just this. So black is reduced to just 80 points. Is it 80? It's 88 for this. 9. 90 points. No, not 90 points. Sorry, I can't do 97 points. So there you go. That's how we count points in a Go game. If you have any questions rule-wise, feel free to ask now. Or we can look at any specific exotic situations. Or we can try to reset it up to a previous point. Apologies. Right, I need a drink. Agate Go stones are probably the nicest ones I've seen. Certainly a board game for the ages. I mean, it has been around for ages for that exact reason. Some Japanese nationalists actually dislike Go. They find it to be too Chinese for their liking. My Iaido instructor was like that. He was like, I don't play that Chinese shit. Real samurai play shogi. We're gonna learn how to play shogi on the following on Saturday during our next installment. So look forward to that. I'd say subjectively, shogi it's more chess-like because it is basically chess, but it's a little bit easier to be successful in because more reliance on combinations and recall as opposed to sort of proactive flexible thinking, and there's also a more narrow pool of people playing shogi because like all of Asia and even beyond Asia, anyone who has any dealings with Asia will play Go. Like we have several people here who have played Go recreationally just because it's a cool thing. And how many people here have played shogi? You see what I mean? They play Go at fucking Caltech and MIT. Exactly. Go is just a more ubiquitous game, so to speak. So let's actually look back at a previous situation that we had on the board. Remember how we arrived to a situation where White got all of that fucking territory and even got to claim some corners. Right? Let's move a little bit. Let's roll the tapes. Roll the tapes. Right? Our loose sequence of turns was something to the effect of this, this, probably we went straight to this, right? So that's how we ended up in a pretty difficult situation, not having a lot to do, losing a lot of stones over here. Now, if we try to play a little bit more restrained, a little bit more classically, right? We delay some turns, right? White starts trying to spread out here. And now we try directly invading very aggressively. We give White something to contend with. Sure. Tries to cut us off. Fair enough. Goes over here. We stick to the edge. I'm trying to move that situation over here. Stick to the edge. White goes a little bit more aggressive. We extend. Go here. And now, from this point, we play the center stone. And now this is an entirely different situation, and the board, we're not going to play the entire game out naturally because my voice is running hoarse at this point. But we end up, you can already see like the beginnings of a very different game here. Now, instead of just having a stone that's just floating out in the ether, not really doing much, we get a little bit of activity over here. Thank you for the hydrate, Crispian. Much appreciated. Right. So now, instead of just, having that stone up here up for grabs, allowing White to essentially take over the middle and bite off big swaths of land, we now gave him something to be preoccupied with. This is leaning on two more stones, so White can no longer just do this because, well, this, right? White can't do this because, bitch, this is my territory. What the fuck do you think you're doing? So White now has to engage in rules of engagement that we have set, right? You either deal with whatever is going on here, or you sort of try start building off against each other on very different terms. And that's where you start sort of switching between different spots on the map, depending on what kind of reactions you want to elicit from the other side. We're actually going to take a look at this real quick as another positive example. If I can make it a positive example. All right, let's play it to a point. So, see, as opposed, like, let's contrast that with the previous map we had. We now have a wall building for black that's contending some influence both into white's territory. We're forcing white to build off of our board. We're introducing uncertainty over here because as we're forcing him to switch back and forth, he needs to prevent us from connecting. He needs to manage his own breaths. We've got shit going on here. It's not as cut and dry for white in this situation anymore. When previously white had a very, very comfortable handle of this entire territory just off of us placing one wrong move in the center of the board. Now, if we really want to be a dick, we play 3-3 off of this situation. And we start creating other problems for white to contend with. Like, instead of him having the opportunity, the free roam of picking where on the board we get to play, we now have actively become a problem for the white player, and he's not able to seize any kind of material initiative because what are you going to do? And yeah, these are like ugly little interlaced groups because I'm basically just riffing. I'm not even doing any specific Joseki here. It's more a question of this is already a more balanced situation compared to how we played the opening in the beginning. And the difference was placing down the central stone 3 turns later when we had other stones pressing into it. That's sort of back to the point of sort of the abstract affecting the concrete and the concrete feeding back into the abstract. Like in abstract, yes, big moves are good. It's good to be proactive. It's good to take up territory. It's important to take up territory in a way that's not just, doesn't just exist in a vacuum. Like, for example, you can't just deport every illegal. You need to actually execute a pretty well. Let me put it that way. You can't just the black bag Ilhan Omar and deport her. You need to actually build a criminal case against her, and then you can black bag Ilhan Omar and deport her. just as we have done in this Go game. We have built a criminal case laying up against key points on the map, and then we can go for the central move of actually questioning whether or not she fucked her brother in order to get him a green card. Being king of the hill is nice until that hill turns into an island and you have no boat. Exactly. What an interesting analogy. Well, see, the thing is, the reason why the erudite and the otherwise educated actually really like Go. Playing Go is a very good telltale sign of the fact that you're actually dealing with someone who's at the very least a second or third order thinker, is because Go very much appeals to the cerebral. And I am by no means including myself into into their account because I barely play Go anymore. So there's that. But generally, if you're interacting with someone and he knows how to, and that person knows how to play Go, and let's be real, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be a he. Although I'm not going to say that knowing how to play Go did never help me get my dick wet, but that's besides the point. I'm just saying if you want to score some spiritually sophisticated Altussi, knowing how to play a relatively obscure ancient board game is definitely a way to do that. You just need to do that to the point where you're either a point of authority or you can win a tournament and make it look like no big deal. Let's talk about certain exceptions on the map real quick. There is a rule against the way it's formulated. It is a rule against constantly repeating positions on the playboard. Well, basically, it's a rule against infinite looping, also referred to as the ko. So, for example, let me set that up in a way where everyone is going to see everything. For example, I have a group built up against this wall over here. We're just going to build out a group with the smallest number of stones we can use. Right, it's going to look just something like this, actually. Oh. Move it up so that it's visible. Right, so there we have our minimally viable group. That minimally viable group sits over here. It's occluded all the way just short of maybe 2 stones. Right? And let's remove this one, actually. So, now, like in a vacuum, this is a solvable problem for black to survive. All he has to do is put down a single stone. Boom, you have 2 eyes. That's it. You're alive. Now, we can have a situation that will force you to have like additional steps that you have to take before you can conclude that, essentially. Right? So this is what's referred to as the ko rule. When we have a situation like this, right, that stone only has 1 degree of freedom or 1 breath. We occlude the last breath. We take a capture. 1 capture for white. Put that over here. Black cannot retake this point on the immediate next turn. It's probably the best way to show this the other way around. Let's see. This is our position on the board. Black takes white. That's a capture. White cannot immediately recapture. So white has to place a stone somewhere else on the board. Then black also needs to place a stone somewhere else on the board. For example, finish building this group. Next turn, white can decide to continue fighting for the ko. Now, black cannot retake this. So black has to do other things, for example, finish this group. But white can decide to not respond over here, and he can decide to just close off this situation or keep it open and attack from a different angle. So that's the basic rule of it. Ko is something that prevents you from infinitely looping the same position on the board, and you use that limitation in order to do other things along the board, because typically this does not exist in a vacuum. This is going to exist in a situation where there are other groups that you have, for example, built around, they're looping in, right? For example, it's like something to the effect of this, where you have other cascading and interlocking situations, say like this. Right? At this point, black really wants to retake this. But if I take a step here instead, rather, white just took this, black can't immediately retake, he goes to save another group. Well, that's great, because now I, as the white player, can go ahead and just collect the rest of the group in that combination, thus resolving the ko, thus winning me a different victory on the map, even though I had to give up the situation over here. It's an initiative management tool, essentially. What else is there to cover? Rules-wise, this is probably it. We can go into some of the semantic details about the game itself. So, for example, starting to see why the Chinese rules are so obnoxious. Yeah, I really don't like the Chinese rules. The Japanese rules are the standard. It's easier to count points that way. So that's why listen, even the Chinese play on Japanese rules. So, the 3 basic lines which also inform the way sort of a group usually is built, right? The way that groups typically progress on a Go board is they start in a corner, they extend to a side, they go up into sort of a fragment of the center, and they root down on the board. That's the sort of the general trajectory here. If pressured, they root down on the board, rather. Or alternatively, they can start lower on the side, sort of semi-rooted, and then use that as a way of extending further into the center. That is the basic logic of it, because it's easier to survive leaning against the wall because you need less stones to actually form eyes, as opposed to trying to build a group out of thin air, not really sort of leaning against any pre-existing groups. So building out here is gutsy. You need to know what you're doing. Building here is sort of a more standard solution. Building in a corner is even faster, thus the 3-3 move. So, and in terms of lines, usually, if I'm not fucking up the order, line 4, so we're counting from the edge, essentially. This is going to be the line of the line of death, because like a stone that is set down on the first line inherently has fewer breaths to work with. Then we have the line of land. We have the land of the line of man. Essentially, like it borrows from Taoist cosmology, essentially, and then the line of sky. All right, so it is anticipated that you are supposed to lean strongly on the ground for stability. This is where you would place sort of more grounded stones because they have an ability to lean against the edges by putting down a stone on the edge itself, then giving you opportunities to then extend further and then reach for further heights, hypothetically. This is a little aggressive. This is how we would usually do that. One more thing before we go. Let's look at a common joseki that's referred to as a ladder, because that's one of my absolutely favorite things to get wrong during a game. If we have a combination of stones roughly to this effect. So we have two stones with group of two stones or more stones. The material point here is that we have this edge stone and it only has 2 breaths. And the attacking stone starts limiting these breaths like so. So the reaction is to extend. The answer is to further off. The answer is to extend, and so on. This is a repeating sequence. The reason I like this is because it actually plays very well with situations like Ko. Because now you have a certain move economy to contend with. Because I still have 2 breaths. At any moment, if black decides to take this Ko, the white player just escapes, or more aggressively starts attacking, depending on how long the ladder was allowed to persist. If the situation is reversed, right, we have a ladder, but instead of engaging with the ladder, or like even if we don't have this larger situation here, glad to see that the hands are red. You have red hands. See, first of all, they're not red. They are amber yellow. Thank you very much. My hands were never red. Never happened in the history of ever. Also, hello there, Melty. If you have any questions, you need me to rerun something. We're almost done with the Go segment. We're dealing with the sort of larger strategic concepts here. Cheese powder hands. I am a little Cheetos colored. Hey there, Hellion. Do you play Go? You said you grew up. You spent some time in Hong Kong, or was uh what's a Kakashi? I don't remember what a Kakashi is. Yeah, you did. Well, great. I don't need to explain the rules to you then. Do you know ladders? How ladders work? I digress. So, if the white player decides to open a Ko here, you play checkers like God intended, based. Plays checkers, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Right? So, white has taken a capture. Fantastic. Black now starts engaging with the ladder. White has to respond. Black continues to respond. You play to lose? I mean, big if true. Apparently, I guess this is going to become our community game because Notary plays, Dante plays, I play, you apparently play. So I'm just gonna boot up Tabletop Simulator for one of the next ones, and we're just gonna play Go. Just not like this. We're going to have an actual digital board that we can engage with. But essentially, okay, cool. We're engaging with the ladder. The ladder keeps growing. The longer the ladder grows, it introduces certain ambiguities into the situation. Now, we're faced with a question of, if white just continues the ladder, you will eventually meet a border and the entire group fucking dies. Black has a gigantic piece of territory, 2 relatively sturdy walls, not bueno. However, if we introduce a larger context of 1, 2, 3, 4 of a stone existing, let's put it somewhere closer. If there is a pre-existing stone, or a pre-existing, well, actually a single stone might be enough. If there is a pre-existing stone on the map before we ever decide to engage, this stops being a winning proposition for black. Black no longer wants to start this chain before introducing a black stone somewhere to ward it off. And this is a situation that you can use to your advantage, for example, when playing for other things on the board. For example, we have an open Ko for black to take here. Let's actually reset it to whites, right? Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. You're keeping me alive. Fantastic. Thank you. So, we introduce more movement on the board. For example, this was a black corner previously. Tough shit's now a white corner. The question now is, well, what do I do with this? Rather, even more interestingly, to make it like tighter and more applicable. This used to be a black corner. We play 3-3. We go here. Oh, you can't see that corner. Shit. All right, now the corner is visible. So I have this as a white corner. Black has something going on over here. I've lost the point that I wanted to make. Shit. Playing 3-3. Playing 3-3 is actually dog shit over here, now that I think about it. Let's see. Goes here, 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 here. So let's say I take a move. Okay, here's the story. I finally have it. We have this going on for whatever reason. We have this as a Ko for a second activation, and we have a black corner over here. Now, I as a white player, if I were to, let's actually introduce this threat over here. See, okay, now black has threatened. He wants to take these 4 groups, these 4 stones. Fantastic. I say, I as white attack your corner pretty aggressively too. This introduces ambiguity as to, well, how do I as black react? Do I close the Ko over here? Do I just take the 4 stones? If I take the 4 stones, these are dead. White just fucking pantses me, and I no longer have this corner. because now it turns into an ugly fucking slog where I'm not really strong. He's trying to extend into the fucking stratosphere. I try to build off of it. He opens the fucking Ko. I can no longer defend this, so I have to do other things. Motherfucker closes it too, so he's got more territory gain in that other corner, and we're already in a bad situation here. Conversely, let's play that differently. Trying to not mix my stones. What did we do here? This was not in play. These were not in play. At any point in time, stop me if you have questions or if I'm rambling pointlessly. Right? So, we're back here. White approaches. Damn, this fucking sucks. If I answer like this, it's generally a good response. Or if I answer like this, in a vacuum, this would be a good response. Right? Because I'm closing off the corner. I'm not letting him have his shit. Right? However, motherfucker starts extending the ladder. Oh shit. I continue playing the ladder. We keep extending. At some point, if you're an intelligent player and you're not just reactively putting down stones, you're going to figure out that that initial approach stone was a clever ruse. And you have done a little fucky-wucky. Because this entire group is now alive. And you have a shit ton of vulnerability. For example, you now are forked with these two stones, creating a breach that's going to go down here, and they're going to extend a whole fucking group. So this is what I talk about. This is once again the importance of being able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Placing down this stone created the possibility of us extending the ladder. Because without this stone, this was not here. Oh, hey there, Sio. Well, yeah, hands. You've seen my hands. Let's put these two down. Right? Because without that white stone over there, if we continue the ladder, it just keeps going and going. Been depression sleeping most of the day. Listen, if you don't have anything better to do about your circumstances, you may as well sleep. Sleeping is always great. Reducing your sleep debt is fantastic for you. Thank you for the hydrate, Dom. But basically, this is a situation that you would end up with if you continue playing the ladder without creating some kind of prior infrastructure for yourself. And this is essentially the interplay of different elements on the board. Yes, the Joseki dictates that you place a stone in a particular location for that exact interaction. However, no stone on the board exists in a vacuum. Why don't I just not create the ladder and win for white? So, if you as the white player understand that the ladder inevitably leads somewhere else, you would normally just not do that. This is a bit of an exaggerated example. Let me roll it back all the way to the original example. So normally, a ladder will start something like this. Normally, it starts with just, two stones that are limited in breaths. You only have the 2 breaths. And the previous solution that I offered, 19 by 19 is for like OG-san. 19 by 19 is a standard format, Hellion. I will not hear any of this nonsense. 19 by 19 is the standard way to play this game. We do not play 9 by 9s in this household, okay? As I was saying, So, under normal circumstances, the white player does not want your kitty size. That's also true. Who was my goat now, Melty? Why are we talking about this during a Go stream? My go my goat who open ocean or blue ocean or whatever the fuck that AI was called who solved Go. It's not your fault you had child-sized hands, but child-sized hands you may have. First of all, by Asian standards, those are average hands. Second of all, it's not like you have childlike brains. I know because I've spoken to both of you. So don't pull that shit with me. You can never tell if Melty is an actual tard or someone who can't stop trying. He's constantly putting out bait. Just let him have his fun. So, as I was saying, normally your ladder will start with this. And as a conscientious player, you really don't want to engage with with this invitation to play the fucking set. However, you play 9x9 because friends are trying to teach you. I will teach you on a 19 board, and you will be better off for it. Oh, stop it, Sio. Sio. Everyone here, retards are allergic to me. That's well established fact. Okay, this has been tested. We've already tried this. The retards do not like me. As I've said, if we want to engage with under normal circumstances, we as the white player, we do not want to engage with this. Right? This is a bad step. We're just going to lose more stones. Listen, I'm not going to get into it here. You're able to play Gray Zone, okay? And you choose to play Gray Zone over Tarkov, and that alone is proof that you cannot possibly be retarded, okay? Jameis is going to scream at me for this. But as I was saying, normally, as the white player, you do not want to engage with the ladder absent external circumstances. For example, I as a white player, threaten an approach into the black corner over here. So black now has to react. Black has to choose. Does he play the corner and prevent me from taking the corner? Or he takes his meager winnings in the form of 2 captures and then loses something like 10 to 15 points in this corner. Right? So we're asking him questions like, cool, you get those 2 captures. Would you rather have those 2 points, or would you rather have the potential 10 points in this corner? Usually the answer is going to be, fuck you, this is my corner. Well, if this is your corner, well, then I guess I can start playing the ladder. Right? And if black perceives that he can somehow make this better, he can continue playing the ladder. Right? I, as white, continue playing the ladder. Now, being, again, an aware player, I can make the napkin math of, oh, this ladder is headed towards a white stone. I don't appreciate that. So we can offer a counter offer. And here, white gets to decide. Do I try to get out from under this stone? Do I want to do other things? Is this ladder important to me to the extent of losing this stone? Because if I say want to escape, well, great. I just no longer get to play in this corner anymore. This stone is dead, and I don't get to sort of form any kind of influence on this side, right? Or put this over here, right? If I as white, so it creates that interaction between different elements on the board. Now we can add more and more variables with the more and more different situations exist on the board. We sort of pepper in the factor of the co-exchange, where we can't have a cycling position on the board. This now also starts intermingling with what we're doing here. And then it's going to lean on other situations on the board that are potentially happening. And so you have these small situations building on themselves up to a certain point that they start interacting with other positions on the board. And that's one of those cases of sort of the specifics leaning into the abstract, where your specific local situations start influencing and contributing toward larger context that you see on the board. And this is the essence of Go. Understanding how these minor structures, how small decisions you make on the board affect a larger outcome as you build up into a bigger picture. So yeah, that was your intro to Go. I am I am a little bit tired and my voice is slightly hoarse. But let me see. I think we have some AMAs to get through. So we're gonna kill the camera and we're gonna answer some questions because we still have a planning stream. Right. So that's enough for the board. If we have any problems to solve on the board, we're gonna bring it back up. Rip hands. Well, listen, you're late for stream. What can I say? Hands have been on stream for the better part of 2 hours. Hand cam goes off. And cam goes off. Let me. You only won twice in chess in your entire existence, and both have been bets. What's the material of the board? This is some kind of shitty Kaya board, I think. Well, actually, no, I don't think this is genuine Kaya. Mine is a bamboo board. Been asleep 90% of the day. Well, you can rewatch the WOD. Do not fret. There's also going to be a hand cam stream on Saturday when we're going to be playing shogi and drawing calligraphy. So don't worry. The hands will return, probably without chroma key. I'll just get red gloves because the chroma key is kind of wonky to deal with. When's the next gun cleaning stream? After Japan, because I don't plan to go shooting enough to warrant a cleaning stream. So I'm going to say something like late October. It's probably going to be the next gun cleaning stream. But thank you for asking that, Melty. Excuse me, what? May you like my pinky? No. It's cheese dusted? Oh, Cheetos dusted, you mean? When's the Japan trip? The exact dates are a little bit floaty, but I'll likely be gone for like the latter half of September. So up until then, I'm not spending money on guns, sadly. So I'm not. If it were not for the Japan trip, I would have already bought a suppressor with my newly found freedoms of not having to pass a 4473 for it. All right. Let me move my PC onto the Go board, because that way I will speak more clearly into the microphone. There we go. Just move that over here. It's my view on Hui Long. I don't know who that is. Nice living room. Why, thank you. I decorated it with clutter myself. It's a little bit more, it's more cluttered than my normal workspace. Yes, National Rifle Association. Make sure to support your local Rifle Association. You had a visceral reaction to what? You want some green tea? Green tea is great. I've been drinking it throughout the day. I hope to restock on my green teas while I'm in Japan. Do a suppressor stream? I might, but there's not going to be a lot to stream because my Glock is already. I guess I can go over the way I'm going to set it up for everyday carry, but that's about it. I will probably end up butchering a Safariland. Was? He's a socialist piece of shit from Louisiana. Louisiana, really? Interesting. You want to learn to speak Japanese for good. What do you mean for good, Han? There's a It's a very, very odd sense of finality to that statement there. A little bit ominous, if I do say so myself. Has anything good come out of Louisiana? I think their fried chicken is pretty okay. Tips for looking for a suppressor, care and maintenance could be good to cover. Bold of you to assume that I know shit like that. I rely on my betters for things like that. Let's kill this cam because it's no longer necessary, and let's reposition myself to my standard point of origin. There we go. Fantastic. I'm back where I'm supposed to be in my natural habitat of the right corner of the screen. Have I seen the fried chicken ice cream? Excuse me? That sounds horrific. That's actually, I have finally found a food staple that is worse than fucking chicken on waffles. Suppressor care is how should I put this? It's a complex subject in the sense that there are user serviceable suppressors and there are suppressors that you are supposed to send in to be serviced. There's also different schools of thought with regards to should you use aggressive cleaners with your suppressors or not. Oh, hey there, Seku. I'm very sorry that I missed your messages there. T-Man is getting offended when there's a male on stream. You get offended when there's a female on stream. You are not the same. Understandable. Sorry, sir. The kick chat is in the is riding in the back seat. Let's put solvent in your solvent trap. You don't know any of that. Well, listen. I am thankfully not at the round count where I would need to clean my suppressor. I know that suppressor shop. I have a kick. Yes, I do have a kick. Shamefully so. Every time I have to run my streams on Kick, I consider no longer streaming on Kick. Once the Rumble stream, I might realistically substitute Rumble, rather Kick with Rumble. You should follow me on Kick. I can't really say that you should. That's the thing about Kick. It's not really doing a lot for me. It's realistically the part of the platform that I'm considering triaging because it's eating up bandwidth and it's not doing much else. But yeah, my understanding is that Silencer Shop sells, or it's either Silencer Shop or Otis, one of those. They sell a silencer cleaning kit. It's scary fucking chemicals like lead deposits that are potentially bioactive. Like, I don't fuck with that stuff. My suppressor is fucking rock set onto the rifle. Once I get a suppressor for my handgun, that suppressor is also going to live on that handgun. I'm just going to bastardize and gape a Safariland so that it fits that suppressor, and it's going to be my suppressor carry gun from that point onward. Let me, there we go. Okay. Now, as we were, thank you for the hydrate. Got to dust off your Kick account. They offered you money. God damn, must be nice. I was supposed to have a meeting with one of the fucking Kick guys, and we organized the whole ass range day for him. And then he followed Google Maps to a different city and never showed up. We had a banger range day, so sucks to suck, I guess. Right. Right corner is the correct corner for YouTube for VTubers. Yes. No. Fried chicken does not belong on ice cream. Savory food does not belong on desserts. I will die on this hill. Classic Kick streamer intelligence. Melty, the problem is that wasn't a Kick streamer. That was Kick staff. That was their marketing director. This is all I will say on the subject. Let's actually get some kind of writing implement up on the board and deal with what we want to do today. All right. What even? Oh, Han, right. You had a question about learning Japanese, didn't you? Let me answer your question so that I don't leave you hanging. You know the basics of it? You mean where you can learn more, at least to form sentences? Okay. So, you are going to go and look up my answer in T-Man's server. I am going to look up my answer in T-Man's server just to make things flow a little bit easier. But essentially, the best use of your time in learning Japanese is to equip yourself with basic learning materials, and I will show you those books momentarily. More filters, sent in general, has author type, user. Can I not select by myself? God, Discord is such a fucking dumpster fire. We try to look it up because I'm trying. Okay, there you go. Ah, there are my links. Let me make sure that they're opened in a way that is safe to show. Okay, thankfully Chrome is still not up, so we're just going to quickly change my location. So while I look for the reading materials, I will do the following. So, as a relatively new learner of moon runes, you would benefit from getting some basic lessons. And then, yes, I do mean actually paying for one-on-one tuition with a native speaker. That is not 782 228. Don't worry, that's not my real that's not my real postcode. Okay, so now we can look at it. Good. Now I can actually show you the Chrome. Oh, okay, that's a little blown out of proportion. Shrink that down slightly. Are those tits on screen? I mean, there are tits on screen. Listen, this is not my primary browser, okay? Calm down. So, as I was saying, these are the books that I would recommend anyone trying to get into Japanese or improving your Japanese to get. One is Essential Japanese Grammar by Eriko Sato, released by Tuttle Publishing. A book by the same publishing house is Essential Japanese Vocabulary. And Minna no Nihongo. There's a beginner level book that's very good as a starter. Normally, your instructors are going to have a preferred book. Minna no Nihongo seems to be like a very commonplace, high quality learning aid. They also have a dedicated book series on learning kanji. If you are of the persuasion to gradually become more learned on the subject. So, this is in terms of your recommended reading, and you can find those book recommendations in T-Man's server. If not, you can find them in my server. Do you know that I also have a server? That's right. You can join the Oni Dojo today, and you will be expected to regularly report on your workouts. Right, as we were. My head angle is weird. For some reason, I'm not able to angle myself in a way that I'm looking more at you than past you. Let's angle myself towards the camera here. So, as we were. Yeah. So, oh, right. Marshmallows. I owe you marshmallows. Let's close this. But yeah, as I said previously, you would benefit from instruction as a new learner. I believe I learned Japanese for roughly a year with one-on-one instruction twice a week. I forget if it was twice or once a week, but it was definitely something that I had to do, and I feel like it was a tremendous boon to start learning under the direction of a tutor because it gave me a solid foundation off of which I was then able to sort of self-study and get myself up to a functional, workable knowledge of the Japanese language. Seku, you have a full-on wait, what? Uh, Sick as hell. You thought the sweating and being unable to sleep was just random bout of mental illness. You have a full-on fever. Seku, make sure that you measure your fever, and if it's really, really high, make sure to take something to manage that fever. Don't just tough it out. If it gets close to 100, seek medical attention, please. Do not fucking die on my stream. Those books are now on the list. Good for you, sir. Listen, hard recommend. I have physical copies of those books. They are read to shit. The way I expanded my spoken vocabulary going to buy medicine, yes, please do. Slam that Tylenol. It's not like you can get any more autistic at this point. I know this is a minor thing, but learning Japanese will make you drop localized Japanese material for good. It's not a very minor thing, though, Han. Being able to consume Japanese in its original language actually opens up layers of subtlety that are just not captured by any localization without having very extensive translator notes. If you are in the habit of regularly consuming Japanese media, learning Japanese is a logical next step because you're going to be able to more fully appreciate the media that you're engaging with. You can very much get more autistic. Well, listen, don't drink all of the Tylenol. Leave some for Seku. Just went to the gym today and helped mowing the lawn, so today is a good day. What did you do in the gym? Was today leg day? I feel like Saturday is always leg day for women. See, how did I know that? It's when guys ask, oh, where do I get like a fit tomboy GF? Where do I find women that lift? Go to the gym during even days of the week. Like the way guys go to the gym, it's always Monday is always bench, Wednesday is always a fucking pull day, and on Friday it's the leg day that they fucking skip. That's why you don't see the women, because women don't go during odd days of the week. Go to the fucking gym on Tuesday, Thursday, and on Saturday, and that place is going to be full of gym bunnies. Thank me later. It's scary to talk to women, understandable. Wait, how do I know that? It is my job to know things, Hellion. I am everyone's Onii-san. Knowing things is literally what I do. Time to hit the gym again? It is always time to hit the gym again. I say as I skipped judo yesterday. Listen, I'm trying to not get injured before I have to go to Japan, because if I play my cards right and if everything goes to plan, I'm going to try to do another drop-in session at Runaroshima's dojo. But yeah, if you want to if you want to play a high risk, high reward game of Catch the Cougar, go to the gym during office hours, like standard wagey office hours during a weekday. Like, go to the gym anywhere between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. and you can catch some very interesting strange. Just be ready for the consequences that come along with it, because the women who work out during those hours on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays are either professional athletes, Instagram thoughts, uh, divorcees who just want dick, or women cheating, cougars cheating on their husband. So just weigh your options very carefully. If you want someone older, well, listen, men are easy. Men are always in the gym. And men are usually in the. I assume you want someone employed. Well, then you need to go during the post office hours rush. Where do you fall into? Well, you don't go to the gym during office hours now, do you? Also, the categories that I've listed are not like there are other people in the gym during those hours. I'm just saying that those particular types of strange are to be found in the gym during office hours during business days. Are men easy? Yeah, a little bit. Usually 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Damn, that must be nice. You don't count as strange, but you just go during hours where never mind. You're outside of that scope. But we're talking more from a hunter perspective. When does potential prey visit the creatine watering pool? You are but a humble Roomba. True. You don't count as strange. Well, no, she doesn't, because she's off the market. But if you're like, just because you go to the gym during times when the strange is to be collected does not make you part of the strange to be collected. You know what I mean? You just happen to share a space with potential soft targets. It's very important to know the difference. All the women in your gym have boyfriends, they go together. The skill issue. The other pro tip. So uh, the way you can manage sort of a lack or existence of approaches from strangers to you in the gym is correctly managing wearing a wedding band. So for men, it's inverse to women. For women, if you wear a wedding band, normally people will leave you the fuck alone because nobody wants to smoke. That's typically how it is. Conversely, if you want to smoke, you just don't wear the wedding band. For men, it's the exact inverse. If you want to be left the fuck alone, if you just want to work on your workout and not bother with it, outliers exist, but as a general rule, just leave the wedding band off. That's how I work out. Like, I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to advertise anything. I'm just here to do my work. I'm here to burn my legs the fuck down and then crawl home, probably throw up on the way there. Um, if you want random, how should I put this, women of low moral character to approach you in the gym, and you don't have to be married for that. It's not like you need a license for that shit. You can just wear a silicone wedding band to the gym, and chicks will start hitting on you like between sets. So you can just do things. Now, are they going to? Well, this goes into a larger discussion of how sexual competition works between men and women, but that is your free tidbit of Onii-san wisdom for today. Watch some Steven Crowder? No, you can watch Steven Crowder in your own time. This is not what we're doing here today. This is not a regular slop stream. This is a special event. We're not doing React Slop during a special event, Melty. Please read the sign. Read the sign. The announcement was posted. It was posted too early because I didn't get around to actually making a full announcement and a thumbnail for a special event, because those are supposed to go out a week early, but it was still posted, okay? So pay attention to the Twitter. Melty Reed? I know he can. I know he can. But he is also what we refer to as a masturbator. You just can't relate to all this kind of just talk to women whenever you go, and whatever happens happens. Sometimes it goes right, sometimes it doesn't. You're not wrong. It's just that the white boys get a little bit self-conscious, so they need certain external circumstances to line up correctly for them to engage with a woman of around fertile age. And bring your own Stanley. Do not bring the Stanley Cup. Do not the fucking Stanley Cup. Just buy yourself a Yeti thermos like a fucking man. Misspelled GamerSups shaker? No. 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 Do not. GamerSups is a bad pre-workout because it contains sweetener, and it's also a plastic fucking tub. Do not drink your shit out of plastics. Do not drink shit with sweetener in it. Once I get my own, well, see, the Stanley Cup is better than a GamerSups shaker because it's at the very least not plastic. When I get my GamerSups flamer, it's going to come with full real ass cane sugar. You can't bring your Cotton Vale shaker to the gym. Listen, you can bring it to the gym with you. You just shouldn't drink anything out of it. Steel or glass, exactly. That's how you go. It has to be steel or glass. I'm sorry. BPA free doesn't mean shit because BPA free usually means that there's BPS in it. And if nothing else, it's still shedding microplastics like a motherfucker. Do not use do not use plastic shakers. Right, we're getting derailed. Marshmallows. We only have one question coming in, so that's what we're going to engage with. Let's see. Let me pull up the other browser window so that you can also see that. Right. Name some places that will allow polite foreigners, but are swift to ban noisy and annoying ones, like nuisance streamers. Oh, okay. That is a multi-level discussion. Let's get some time to travel in the background, just to sort of give us something to look at while I yap. Oh, actually, you know what? The Cat Cafe works just fine. Can I just open that? Biggest cat cafe in Japan. Fantastic. I don't really like cat cafes because I feel like any public space is not really conducive for cats. I don't think they. When is my flesh slop arc? Never. I am a VTuber. Again, VTubers do not flesh post. I did not set up fucking chroma key on my own desk to then come down to then debase myself to flesh posting. Maybe you can get a little bit of flesh posting as a treat when I post shit from the range days in my server, but that is about it. Right. So places where you as a normal foreigner can go, but nuisance streamers are not going to be accepted. Generally, it's going to be any establishment with any kind of standards. I know it's a little bit broad, but the problem is there's no special infrastructure built to deter nuisance streamers, which is why nuisance streamers are sort of able to gain access to certain spaces in the first place. Japanese society doesn't anticipate the existence of the chronically fun employed and retarded, so they don't have a special barring infrastructure created for them. It's more that your normal establishments are going to react to them and then remove them as soon as possible. Now, if we need to boil it down to specifics, I would say look for places that have a tab that says Japanese speakers only. The caveat is that you need to speak Japanese to enter, but that also presupposes that there's going to be a higher level of quality of people there. something that would be open to the general public, not necessarily requiring a confirmed level of spoken Japanese, would be, I don't know, a high class bar, for example, if you're into that, because these are generally tucked away in sort of semi private parts of a city. Do not go to the Shinjuku ones because Shinjuku is a shithole. I generally advise against traveling to Tokyo as a primary destination. But if you can find like a quiet whiskey bar, that's going to be one of those places. Generally, anything out of the way of primary tourist traffic is going to be your destination if you don't want to interact with idiot tourists. So there you go. I'm going to share a little anecdote. Unless you have friends, what do you mean? And your bosses they're paying? In what context? Well, see, if you're with friends, we're not presupposing any kind of quiet pastime anyway, because you are with people and you're going to interact. Well, I mean, sure, if you have shit to do in Tokyo, you go to Tokyo. Like, I don't like Tokyo, but I will spend a week in Japan because, well, I have business in Japan, I have meetings, I have certain appearances to maintain. I need to go and um, do my aisatsu with important people with whom I haven't interacted with for a while. So I need to visit my curator in the Japan Sword Forging Society. I need to interface with my tea ceremony teachers. That's an understood sort of logistical hurdle, but I'm also not going to go and look for trouble in Tokyo in the evening. Going to eat my food, go to bed, like sort of deal with my shit as it goes, and I'm going to look for leisure outside of those arrangements. The rental offices are awesome. Well, damn. See, it's not to say that Tokyo is a bad place. It's that Tokyo is unfortunately known to idiots. Because of that, it's higher traffic, it's more expensive, and there's not really anything that you can't do in a different large metropolitan city that you would be able to do in Tokyo unless you have like a very specific bucket list thing. Like you specifically want to go to Odaiba and you want to splash around in all of the different hot springs that they have there. In that case, well, I guess you're shit out of luck. You have to go to fucking Tokyo. Or if you want to visit Toyosu to see nothing of the secreter market because it's not available to the public anyway. You want to go to Japan at some point, you're not sure Tokyo would be your first place to go anywhere I'd recommend. We're getting to it, Han. We're supposed to do that today, actually. Let me break out the map. So that's actually an excellent segue. You keep looking at the cat who's getting his face washed, and I will start navigating to some locations. So, excellent question, Han. Thank you for the seamless segue. We're now going to go and explore some of our options for different use cases. I'm actually going to break out a writing implement as well. Writing implement is going to be Photopia because I am too cheap to pay for Photoshop. And what we're going to do is I'm gonna try find some abstract background that I can use as a writing background. Let's just keep in keeping with our existing themes. What do you mean you can't fucking open it? Excuse you? Oh, okay, my browser is dead. Never mind. That explains it. Big cities scare you? Just get GIMP. I will look into it. Thank you. You're born in a city, you kind of vibe with city life. Do you though? See, I thought that I'm also a city guy, and then turns out that I am just not at all. Oh, okay, never mind. It just decided to shit all over. It just decided to run out of RAM. Understandable. Have a nice day. It is getting a little toasty because it wants its cooling pad. Let me see. It's capturing. It's not capturing. Good. Let's try that one again. All right. Photopia. I cast open source software. There we go. Allow me this little indulgence of self-insert. U.S. cities are mostly crime-ridden, super open-minded. You just moved to a new city and it's terrifying. How should I put this? I I don't enjoy large Japanese cities, mostly due to the fact that A, most foreigners know about them and they now go there. And in the case of Tokyo, getting anywhere is an hour of my time, and I really don't enjoy long commutes. It was like that when I lived in Moscow as well. Like it's yeah, sure you get the conveniences of a good infrastructure, well, good in the sense that at the very least it gets you where you need to go, but also the road structure is dog shit. There are so many fucking people. I really don't like the people, even though I live in a nice-ish area. I still had to carry a weapon on me, and it still takes me a fucking hour to get anywhere. Again, Tokyo has different problems, primarily chief among them being very overpriced. Right, Google Maps. Now then, let's open up. Get that font size up. I would like the font size to actually do shit. Please and thank you. Actually, let's insert a primary writing surface. All right, and remove that background. Yes, we can watch an ad. While the ad plays, going to do something else. So, in terms of locations, the most known is obviously Tokyo. I would say that absent any kind of special circumstance, absent a guide, Tokyo is fine. I am a hater because I am a contrarian. Tokyo is perfectly fine as your first exposure to Japan. My first exposure to Japan was Tokyo. So, it's a question of building your itinerary correctly. An incorrect itinerary is going to be going to the Shinjuku crossing, going to fucking Ikebukuro, staying there, going to like Kabukicho, staying there way, way late, trying to engage with the nightlife, finding trouble, potentially getting scammed in a fucking dive bar, or following a Nigerian tout and then having your card cleaned out. That's the incorrect way to do Tokyo. The correct way to do Tokyo is to stay somewhere in the vicinity of the primary train line. So Asakusa is going to be a little bit more pricey just because it's a fashionable area. Ueno Park, a little sketchier, but also lots of nice hotels. My personal preference is to stay just south of the Skytree area. So this is the Sumida Morinoshita area. It's considered like a sleepy, not exactly suburb, because Japan does have suburbs like that, just not in Tokyo proper. Still a pretty nice area. It's relatively cheap. You can find nice business hotels there. Some don't even let you book via the internet. They just, you just have to call and place a booking in Japanese, which is also nice. You have the Ryogoku Kokushikan, which is the sumo stadium. Which reminds me, I should check for tickets for the summer basho, not the summer, for the fall basho, because I think I'm going to be going there during dates where I can visit it. So, it's in terms of stay, in terms of your stay. Morinoshita, good. Asakusa, good. Ueno, a little bit noisier. If you're sensitive to noise, less so. It's less suitable because there's always going to be lots of traffic. There's a fucking train line going through it. Lots of partying, lots of drinking. Very good food in that area, though. From there, moving forward, Akihabara, also pretty good for a hotel location. Most of the stores are shut down by 8 p.m., so noise pollution is actually not a consideration there because, well, they're nerds. Nerds don't participate in nightlife. And you have Yodobashi Camera, which is like a gigantic I forget the number of stories, but it's a gigantic department store filled up to the brim with any kind of electronics you can imagine. Pretty banger food on the top floor and a pretty good bookstore to boot. If you're looking at spending a little bit extra on your hotel arrangements, the vicinity of Tokyo Station, pretty much the heart of the city, easy to get anywhere, pretty convenient. Secondary option is Shinagawa, so it's a little bit further down south. Still, lots of hotels around there. I've personally really enjoyed staying in the Shinagawa Prince Hotel. I think we stayed with our group in a Hilton once, which was like okay, it's a Hilton, it's nice. Like you get your nuts licked the way you would usually do in a Hilton. I prefer to stick. This actually is a good segue to hotel choice, so we're going to touch on that one a little bit later. What's a Nigerian tout? A Nigerian tout is a man of highly melanated complexion who offers you who tries to who tries to get you to follow him to a skeevy bar with the promise of girls and titties. Usually you're going to be roofied and then your card is going to be stripped of all of your money. Usually, so these are the people who get very angry when they get filmed by streamers or just passerbys. Theo, the problem is there are no titties. Even if there are, first of all, the places with the Japanese girls never advertise themselves. They definitely don't advertise themselves to foreigners. You go to Toro no Ana for your yaoi manga? Really? Are we still avoidant of negative comparisons to the extent of consuming yaoi? Are we, Hellion? I'm never letting that go. I'm never letting go of that information. Women will consume gay porn because there is not a risk of a prettier woman being featured in it. Let's see if I missed any questions. Do not go to Lawson and Kabukicho. Do not go to Kabukicho full fucking stop. You move to a different state, no carry. Get a local carry permit. We've caught up. God damn it. Yeah, you've been found out, woman. As I was saying. All right.
I think this is one of my favorite non-sponsor shops today, women.
Yeah, I really have you noticed how you can just, with a bit of practice, you can now spot the sort of the uncanny static of poorly generated AI audio. Can I please go? Oh, I need to wait for the line to fill up, I see. All right. Now that we actually have a writing surface, transform, scale, unlocked scale. Fantastic. We big scroll for big writing, for writing big words. Right. Destinations. First time in Japan. We're going to say Tokyo is fine with a caveat. Right? Now, the caveat, as I went into it previously, why don't I have ad block? I can't. Don't worry about it. So, Tokyo. We've gone over our accommodations. Let me actually list those. Accommodations. Non-Western chains is the first consideration that I would recommend. Booking.com is your best friend, or Google if you like using that to look for your hotels. But for example, let's go Ritz Carlton. Rate per night $800. Let's go and compare that with a core Japanese hotel. Shinagawa Prince Hotel, $80 per night. I guarantee you that the Shinagawa Prince Hotel is not less nice than the Ritz Carlton, but you will pay 10 times less. You can get a slightly upscaled room. Like, it depends on where you are. It depends if you're in the annex or if you're in the main building. But generally, going with a local chain, you're going to get a standard of service that is no less than you would expect in a Hilton, in a Ritz-Carlton, in a Marriott. But you're going to pay significantly less. You're also going to get a more authentic experience. By more authentic experience, I mean you're not going to get like the standard fucking Marriott room design, the standard fucking Marriott breakfast, and whatever else is attached to that. It's not that I have a hate boner particularly for Marriott. I just think that it's a little samey. Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. A Japanese chain is going to be primarily built for the Japanese and with Japanese sensibilities in mind. Even if you go for an Appa hotel, people meme on the APAs, but I say fuck those people. APA is reasonably priced. You can get a hotel anywhere. There's usually enough of them in any city to actually book one. And they're nice. They're clean. The rooms are going to be compact. And that's, I think, is part of the Japanese experience. What is the point of paying $500 a night for I don't know, a fucking 20 squares, 20 or not even 20, fucking 50 square foot room? What is the fucking point? You're not going to be in the room throughout most of the day. You come to the room to stash your shit and sleep. That's all you're going to do there. Figure if you get a Western hotel, it's Western prices. It's Western prices partially because it's also Western sizes. A Marriott room is going to be fucking American sized, which I find to be superfluous. First of all, if you're in Tokyo, get the full fucking experience. Yes, experience the itty bitty little bathroom. I say that as someone who is as wide as he is tall. It's realistically a little bit fun to have to maneuver around that. Yeah, sure, you don't fit into the door frame trying to just walk through it, but also you get to experience an actual Japanese hotel room. To be fair, you never had a bad experience at Hilton. I'm not saying that Hilton is bad. I'm just saying that it's not the way to experience Japan. Like, the level of service is going to be comparable, if not better, in a Japanese either chain or a standalone Japanese hotel. We're going to look into that more. Appa sounds nice. Appa is nice. Appa does have small rooms because, shocker, Tokyo Land is kind of fucking expensive. So having large rooms will come at a premium. The bathrooms are pretty fine. You love how clean they always are. Well, see, yeah, the Japanese are very good about keeping stuff clean. I really like the fact that they have these little pre-built bathrooms. Why is this so hard to understand? If you go to Japan, get Japanese because it's actually Japanese. Well, there are levels to it being actually Japanese. Thank you for actually pointing that out, Seku. Now, there are levels to how Japanese you want to make your hotel stay. For example, I guess I need to break out the booking page. Booking. Let's make sure I'm not logged in. I don't want people to know where I'm staying because I would prefer to not be stalked. All right, let's say Tokyo for any dates realistically. All right. Accommodations, non-Japanese chains. How Japanese exactly is the next question of discussion. Is the next topic of discussion, rather. So, open up our map. There are degrees to this. There are degrees. But yeah, before I go into the specifics there, I'm going to rant about bathrooms for a little bit. I really like Japanese pre-built bathrooms. The pre-built bathrooms come as a unit, like it's a full-ass room that was just installed. It was unpacked, installed into the building while it was still being built, attached to all of the hookups because all of the hookups are in all of the same places, and it just fucking works. The best one I've seen so far was in Kyoto in Esperia Hotel. We're going to look at that hotel later because it's a recommended location for me. um and it was the structure of it was like the whole room was the shower room. So the corners were properly corked and insulated. There was like rubber non-slip flooring on the entire surface of it, and like half of that room that was like the entire place was a shower room was also the bath. Banger. I really like it. The faucets are placed in a way that's very convenient. The logistics of using that space were designed by someone who understands how people take their fucking baths, as opposed to, for example, my fucking bathroom, because my towel rack sits behind the door of my shower room. So in order for me to reach the goddamn towel rack, I need to go outside of my shower, drop water on the fucking wooden floor in a bathroom, then collect my towel and then towel off. Whoever placed it there is a mouth-breathing retard. Rant over. Moving on. Hotels. How Japanese exactly do you want to be? So let's contrast and compare, shall we? Let's go. Shinagawa Prince Hotel. As you can see, the foyer, pretty nice. The lunches and breakfasts also pretty banger. Usually they'll have a pretty large selection of restaurants in the vicinity. I think they have a Hard Rock Cafe there. I wouldn't recommend it. I think it's a step above going to a fucking McDonald's in Japan. But if you're really hankering for, a properly executed TGI Fridays burger, wait, no, that's what's there. It's not a Hard Rock Hotel. It's not a Hard Rock Cafe. It's a TGI Fridays. So yeah, you could go to TGI Fridays if you stay at the Shinagawa Hotel. So this is a European room. The angles are a little bit generous. It's not a large room, but it's large enough. So this is a room that's large enough for two people. Speaking of which, this is the aforementioned prefab bathroom. This is a nicer one because it has tiling on the walls. But this is more than enough for two people. You have a little bit of storage space. You can slip your suitcase underneath the bed. There's a little desk to do your work, a little TV, little beds. Pretty nice, pretty comfy, very, very nice, standard middle of the road solution for what you're trying to do. Watch modern builds in US and random ice targets. Target demonstrates how to reinforce a wall frame without splitting a stud, which he does. Still fails to do it up to code. Posted himself costing the company rebuild violation money. Nice. It's like I've seen Mexican workers. God, what the fuck did they do? They hammered screws into the wood. That was just chef's kiss. Let's get the size of Maureen slightly. There you go, girl. Where were we? Hotels. Now, this is your sort of standard hotel solution. And I insist, I think I stayed in a hotel in Nagoya, which had just the exact same layout of the room, just fucking identical. Maybe that one was slightly more cramped. And this is 200 square feet. This is more than enough. I could realistically do with half of this. Because all you're going to do in this hotel room is you're going to drop your shit, and then you're going to sleep. And then you're going to get up in the morning, and you're going to go and do other things outside of your hotel room. If you stay in your hotel room, if you travel to Japan to stay in your hotel room, you are fucking stupid. Stop that. Now, and this is the basic level of hotel. Like, this is the $80 per night hotel. If we go up to the upper floors, there you go. There's a 280 square foot room with fantastic views of the city. I think this is like my personal opinion. Very, very excessive. You're paying for thin air. There are better uses for your money. Now, let's contrast that with, for example, the Hilton down the road. Oh, sorry, the Marriott down the road. See, deluxe twin room, 400 square feet for fucking what? Full size bathroom. Great, but why? But why? Mind you, the prices. This is 70,000 yen, which is roughly like 500-ish dollars and some change. There is no reason. No, it's not double. Brother, it's not double. It's it's almost 6 times the price. You are paying for thin air. And we're still in the European interiors. It's fine to want a European interior. For example, Oni wife is not a big fan of traditional washitsu. She doesn't like them. She doesn't like sleeping on the she doesn't like sleeping on tatami floors and on futons. I understand that and I have to make accommodations for that. I for one enjoy traditional flooring, but that's me and I can't be selfish because I can sleep on both. So, speaking of, let me present you an example of if you want to be a little spendy, but you still want to be smart with that expense. There's one that I typically recommend. It's not available for the dates we're looking at, but that's besides the point. Kaminarimon Ryokan Hotel. Very, very nice hotel. Uh, Traditional rooms. Let me show you. Twin room with city view. So this is going to be your sort of almost modernized Japanese interior. Nice spacious bath, minimalist Japanese interior, very, very comfy. This is like staying in, I think, this exact room red pilled me on floor desks that you sit behind just cross-legged while sitting on the floor. Really, really big fan of that. I'm married? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be? So as I said, yeah, it's it's not like it's a secret. As I was saying, I am a very big fan of this layout of rooms, and because this is a ryokan, you get that extra layer of service in the sense that during the day, like your stuff is just laid out there, like the desk is prominent. They leave the two tatami in the back most, and during their midday cleaning, rather during the later day cleaning, they'll lay out the futons for you to go to bed in the evening, and then during the morning clean, they'll wrap them up and put them away into storage. I think that the most authentic experience is staying in a Japanese room. I highly, highly recommend going the extra mile. Now, Kaminari Monryokan Hotel is on the more expensive side. Let's see what they charge for a twin room. 40,000 yen is like roughly, I'm going to say $250 per night. So on the expensive end. However, we have options. And booking is good for that because it actually lets you filter by traditional rooms rather by tatami floors. I can't find one in Tokyo. You're big boys and girls. You can figure that out on your own. Asakusa, again, an upscale neighborhood. Because high tourist traffic, it's also going to be a little bit on the pricier side. However, there you go. We have Asakusa Onii-san. So it's technically a chain, but it's a Japanese chain. They have a really strong focus on being a hot spring hotel. And these are their European rooms. Looks like they don't have any tatami rooms available. Actually, let me try to look for a tatami room option. The hotel I like to stay at isn't on booking because it's one of those older ones, and they have a tatami room that they let for I think like 14,000 yen, so that's something like 80-ish bucks per night. I just want to find some photos as an example. Room amenities. See, I don't see tatami floor, but I am also streamer brained, so I may just be missing it. Breakfast included. Ryokan, bed and breakfast, guest house. Always go for hotels. I am not your go-to source for, the minimal spend tourism. I think that if you're going to spend money on tourism, you need like do yourself a favor and spend money in a way where it's not going to be a source of annoyance for you. You desire katatsu and miso soup in your room? Then you need ryokan. So that's not going to be here. First of all, kotatsu is not very common to be in hotels because, first of all, we're going to get to the seasons. Kotatsu is strictly a winter thing, naturally, because summers get pretty hot. Secondarily, you don't usually want to trust guests with using a kotatsu just because it is a fire and injury hazard. So that's always a consideration. Remember, even in Japan, rooms still have to be idiot proof. This is your other option. You can also rent entire villas. It's convenient because there's a lot of room and you can potentially split that with the group that you're visiting with. I like staying in hotels because I like my ass kissed and I like to experience the service. If you need to squeeze in a little bit more, if you need to constrain your budgets a little bit, if you're traveling with a larger group and you need to budget intelligently, renting villas is a good choice because you can still stay in what is ostensibly like a very authentic experience. You're going to miss out on parts of like the omotenashi, the sort of the customer facing service face of Japan, but you get to also significantly save on your accommodations while not staying in a shithole hostel and being living in constant fear that the guy from the next bunk isn't going to steal your laptop. Miso soup in your room. So in terms of eating food in your room, normally in hotels the food is served in the dining area, which is not your room. However, ryokans do have room service food. So if you want to eat in the room, you need to go to a ryokan. And we're going to look at the ryokan. Usually they're out of the way. They're not in the city proper because they're considered vacation destinations. A compromise, though, would they have that amenity, but outside of the room in another part of the hotel? Yes. No, it's not a weird ask. They would have that, but again, you would need to have that in a place. You would need to have that in a place that has winter. We actually looked at a hotel that has a kotatsu when we were looking at clips of Time to Travel. So normally that kotatsu is going to be in a foyer, and it's only going to be deployed for core winter seasons. Now, okay, Tokyo is fine, as I've mentioned. Let me just quickly go over reasons to even consider Tokyo. Tokyo has a high concentration of things you may want to potentially do. Most obviously, Akihabara. Like, I go there figure shopping. I usually go directly to the fucking Ami store because they're going to have secondhand figures there in very, very good graded condition. And sometimes I want shit that's just discontinued and you can't buy it new. Sometimes you can just get a better price. Like for example, I'm going to get the figurine of Marl from Tensei Colosseum when it releases because I fucking want it. I'm going to pre-order it. I'm going to pay the extra for that. I'm going to pay the fucking shipping. I'm just going to eat the cost. If there's, for example, a specific Taimanin figure that's now discontinued because they always make them in limited runs, well, I'm just going to go to Akihabara. Let me navigate you to actually the exact location. So, when you arrive to Akihabara, you have the Yodobashi Akiba, which is not the location you go to shop for figures. I will explain why. Do they sell figurines in Yodobashi? Yes. Those are going to be new figurines. Sometimes you will be able to find things you want. They're on the toys floor. It's still going to be a limited selection. You're not going to find everything you want. Now, if we're staying on the subject of still buying new, we will go to the Akihabara Kotobukiya store. It is a brand outlet. You're going to get pretty good prices there, especially since sometimes the older figurines go on sale. So there you go. Everyone is able to navigate Google Maps, hopefully. But it's like a 5-minute walk from the Akihabara station, JR station. You just cross a road. There it is, Kotobukiya. I guess I could. I guess I could. I guess I could spoil you with some street view. I'm not going to go into the station proper because it's very easy to get lost there. But this is the, I'm going to say, westward exit from Akiba. So that way you go into the station. Radiokan is over there. I don't particularly enjoy Radiokan. Call me a fucking casual, a fucking, I don't know, pretender poser, whatever the fuck you want. Can you find things that you want there, like new figurines? You can. I found that the Radiokan prices were not competitive compared to other locations, so fucking sue me. Is there anything you can't find in Akihabara? Well, things that are not supposed to be in Akihabara. You're going to have to be more specific. If we're talking figurines in particular, which are my special interest, I go to Akiba. I'm just going to walk you. There are different places in Akiba for different things. There are going to be a lot of secondhand stores. I stick to Amiami, unless I'm looking for something that's just rare and unobtainium, in which case I'm going to go to the smaller, shittier stores. But then the smaller, shittier stores are going to be less reliable in terms of ratings, prices, and so forth. Amiami is just reputable. They have an understood rating system, and the stores, the store is so large that you generally will find most things that you want. So, as we leave, we go through this lane over here. The reason we go through this lane over here is because we're going to make a detour at this. This is the adult depato. This is a sex store. It's a multi-story sex store. I think from just a cultural enrichment perspective, you as an adult owe yourself to experience the wonders inside of the store. Tengas are shit. They're extremely overrated. I do not understand the appeal. But everything else is very fun. Bringing a lady friend with you is even more fun, and it's ridiculous in like the most Japanese way possible. And apparently the store also has a VTuber mascot because there was a VTuber ad rolling on this TV over here last time I was there. But I digress. Now, as we go on to the primary road of Akiba, we're going to be mindful. We're going to pass this. We're not going to engage in the gachapons. I'm going to keep going, Are we going the wrong way? We are going the wrong way. There's the primary. There it is. Okay, yes, I am. So this is Rajokan, the Rajokan building. Again, if you are spoiled for time, you can go to Radiokan, at least to participate. What's a VTuber? Damn, I wish I knew. That's a big fucking store. It is a big fucking store, and big things are happening there. I'll tell you that much. Fantastic selection of lube. Honestly, fantastic selection of anything. So, if you are spoiled for time, you can go into Rajokan and just, smell around, look for anything in particular that you might want. I don't think they'll let you on the top floor to, live out your best Steins Gate LARP. Moving on. From here, we direct our attention away. Kotobukiya is to our right and then into the streets. But we're going to take a leftward turn first. Because, unless I get lost, which is a real possibility, which I think I already did. Okay, we're gonna roll that one back. We're gonna go to the Kotobukiya store. So we go to the Kotobukiya store. Usually we're going to cross on the next crossing, or we can go into here. That's fine. It's honestly dealer's choice on when you want to cross over. Boom, and there you have it. Apparently this was filmed on a early morning, but this is the Kotobukiya store. They have some secondary stores attached to it. Kotobukiya doesn't occupy the entire building, but you know what? Kotobukiya figures are nice because you can sometimes get them as cheap as $100, which for a high quality figurine is actually pretty little. And they're going to have specialty pop up stores there as well. Uh, Last time I've been, they had like a Monster Hunter pop up. They had a Final Fantasy pop up. A lot of Square Enix shit. So that would include fucking like all of the Final Fantasies. I can't tell the difference between them. There was a Euro Camp pop up at one of them. So definitely worth exploring, at least, just opportunistically. If you're not, even if you're not looking for a specific figure, for my case, I was specifically looking for a Ryuho Kotobuki, the Azur Lane, the Azur Lane ship girl figure. I found it. I bought it for something like $50. It was an absolute steal, new in box, the absolute last one they had. There you go. Fantastic. She's not even that great as a ship girl. I just really liked her design because I didn't play Azur Lane at the time. Moving on. Big Camera is a direct competitor to Yodobashi, smaller in scale. Unless you're looking for something specific, I'd say just skip it. I would like to go to that side, though. Can I not go to that? Thank you. Now, this building over here is interesting. So this is still following the primary street of Akiba as we turn a right. I forget what the fucking building is called, but it has several floors of pop-ups inside. And again, this is also going to be a spot where you're going to be shopping for new figures. The first floor has used figurines. Not a big fan of that particular store, so I usually go for the new in box stuff that's on the higher floors. Can I click around? Can I progress forward, please? I think I'm not sure if the Taito station is still up. These are older photos. All right, let's now roll back and look for the Ami store. There it is. Okay. Here's the Ami store. Let's plop us back in a familiar location. So we're back where we were. And in order to make it into Ami, we need to continue over here. Should be somewhere on the side. Has an unintuitive entrance. These are also older photos. So Ami is in this building. Okay, so this is not an updated street view, but it's available. It's accessible from this street. It's not inside of Radio. Well, it's in the Radiocon building, but it has a separate entrance. Just be aware of that. If you walk around the street, you will inevitably find it. They sell both secondhand and new figurines. If you're looking for something that's discontinued, this is going to be like your spot. So be aware of that. That's specific to weeb shit. Moving on to something that's actually culturally enriching. I recommend anyone interested in just experiencing a distillation of Japanese culture to visit the Imperial Palace. Let's actually start filling things out. Things to do. Akiba figure shopping. Imperial Palace. The reason I highlight the Imperial Palace is because the Imperial Palace is typically built in a way that is a concentration of Japanese historical heritage. You have some Azur Lane stuff, funny enough. Well, same. Like, I bought the figure before I played Azur Lane because the designs are just that good. I don't care about Final Fantasy after Amano's legendary run. See, like, I'm halfway with you. I just don't care about Final Fantasy. So the Imperial Palace is usually a concentration of all things Japanese. The Imperial the Japanese royals don't live in a naturally as royals they live in a way that's detached from the rest of the people, sure. But they don't live in that European style fucking gold colored exorbitant like disgusting show off luxury. They live essentially in like the best version of baseline traditional Japanese life. Like they'll have a garden, it will have a tea room, and it's not going to be like a 20-storied fucking golden crusted tea room with I don't know tatami mats made out of the hairs of sacrificed children. No, it's just going to be like a tea room. Yes, it's going to be made by the best craftsmen. It's still going to be like a fucking 200 square foot tea room. So, Imperial Palace, definitely hard recommend. Other things to do in Tokyo. Sensoji, pretty fun. There's a little shopping street. It got a little bit gamified, a little bit sloppy in terms of, it being tourist slop. But there are still very solid eateries around Sensoji. Sensoji is in Asakusa, as you will pretty quickly discover. Right next to it is also Kappabashi. Kappabashi is a kitchenware shopping street. So let me add that. Sensoji Kappabashi, literally translated as the Kappa Bridge. The Kappa Bridge is cool if you were looking for kitchen supplies. If you want like the best of the fucking best of kitchen supplies, you go to Kappabashi and you get yourself the shit. Alternatively, if you're looking for knives, I personally bought mine at Tsukiji. So you can either go to Tsukiji, which is the old fish market, Toyosu, the new fish market, or you can go to Kappabashi. Either of one of those places is going to sell traditional Japanese kitchen knives. Now, depending on what you want to do with that knife, you're going to be like it's better to inform the store clerk of what you plan to use this knife for. You just stuff an empty suitcase of kitchenware? I mean, if you want to. Like, do you need a full suitcase of kitchenware? It's a it's a question of a triaging things that are unobtainium otherwise, and just understanding that you're displacing other things in your luggage. Normally, sort of trans-Pacific flights allow you two pieces of luggage that are up to the standard cutoff of I think like 50 pounds. Do you want a suitcase full of Japanese kitchenware? If the answer is yes, world is your fucking oyster. Get two suitcases full of kitchenware if you really want to. There's a creepy little antique store that lives in Kappabashi that I'm pretty sure just phases in and out of reality because every time I've tried looking on it for maps, it doesn't exist. On Google Maps, it doesn't exist. And I'm pretty sure next time I go there, it's not going to ever let me leave. But I still have a teacup that I bought there, so there's that. um, kitchen knives. The best starter knife for a Japanese kitchen knife is a yanagiba. A yanagiba is a long, thin profile knife used for filleting. It is the most versatile one. The Japanese haven't traditionally made chef knives. They've later adopted certain knives to sort of be chef knives. They've also just started making chef knives. But I like my Yanagiba. It does the thing it's supposed to do. It's relatively easy to maintain. I will remind you that we do have, I probably should have done this quite a while ago, shouldn't have I? Let's see. There is a dono goal. There is a dono goal. That actually we're gonna go over this later. After the stream, or rather after the primary part of the stream, I'm gonna get to my e-begging. Let's not derail with this. But yeah, Kappabashi, very cool. Much recommend. Very nice. If you're into sumo, look up like whenever you're going to Japan, look up the dates for your most recent basho and Kokugikan. Kokugikan is sort of the primary space where sumo tournaments are what of the knives though? Well, I assume I'm just catching up with later chat, so hopefully I answered your question. Let me know if I didn't. So, Kokugikan is sort of the central dohyo of Tokyo. When a seasonal basho is taking place, it's going to take place at Kokugikan. You can buy tickets online as far as I am aware. And I don't know, go see sumo. Sumo is fucking fun. So that's a potential thing that. So it's one of those things where it's probably better in Tokyo. Now, moving outside of Tokyo, there are other things that can be done if you're based in Tokyo. One of those is going to Kamakura. Kamakura is accessible via just a regular JR train. You can just buy a ticket, go there for a single day trip, visit Kamakura. Kamakura is it's like more traditional. It's still a tourist location, but it's a tourist location for the Japanese. It has one of the daibutsu, the large Buddhas, and you can actually go inside and I think there's a little observation deck inside of the head of the large Buddha. There are a lot of Zen gardens. So instead of recommending specific locations, I'm just going to tell you go to Kamakura and stop being a bitch about it. Just travel there, walk around. You will figure it out. If you need a guiding light, go to Tsurugaoka Hachimangu. It's a large Shinto shrine. It's walking distance from the train station. Go there first and then do everything else. So yeah, and it's convenient because if you're staying in Tokyo, you go there like early morning, get up at like 6 or 7 a.m., get yourself a ticket, go to Kamakura, visit, do all of the things, then you'll be back in Tokyo by say dinner. I think it's a good plan for a single day excursion. Moving on, if not Tokyo, which is usually my prescription, hydrate. Thank you. So, as we were, when people ask me where should I go in Japan, Tokyo is never the answer unless you have specific things that you have to do with in Tokyo. We've covered the things that may make sense to do in Tokyo. Now, I will only speak to places that I have at least some physical experience of. And one of them is going to be Aizu, Wakamatsu. This is the site of the last battle of the Bosen Rebellion, so it's at the very least interesting because of that. Has the Tsuruga-jo, the Tsuruga Castle, which is the exact castle that was. Let me actually write that down. Aizu Wakamatsu. So, Bosen Rebellion, Byakutai. God damn, I forget the name of the academy. Never mind. Nichian, something to that effect. We're gonna get to it. So, Aizu, why is it good? Because it's out of the way of the primary flow of tourists. It is technically a tourist town. However, again, it's built for domestic tourism. Will the hotel staff speak English? More likely than not, depending on where you stay. Let's actually pan over and adjust our search results to Aizu Wakamatsu real quick. Right. Aizu Wakamatsu. So this is a very good location for people who do not want the smoke of like a big city. They don't want the core like very modern contemporary experience. They want to lean more into the like more traditional sort of historic Japan core stuff. Looks like all of the dates that we're looking at are booked up, but that's not really a problem. Now, the hotels are going to be on the pricier side, but the benefit of that is that it's all ryokan. So, notary, take note, like these are more likely to have kotatsu. So, for example, an interior like that, it's the economy twin room. It's going to be an older room. Sure, but in the winter, they will have a kotatsu. I'm pretty sure that I've seen this exact hotel on Time to Travel because I'm recognizing a lot of the interiors. 11,000 yen is, I'm going to say something like $80, $60, I think. So very, very nice, very reasonable in terms of pricing. Aizo Wakamatsu has a plethora of naturally occurring hot springs. So ryokan traditionally are going to be on a hot spring. Thank you for the extra hydrate. Ryokans typically sit on a hot spring, so you will get access to hot spring baths, and you get access to like a fully Japanese experience. You get the Japanese omotenashi, you get the full suite of service, and in those sort of more rural ryokans, you are expected, because they don't have a central dining hall. They will usually serve your breakfast, lunch, and dinner, like however many meals are included in your plan. They will serve them in your room, so you can have that experience of staying in a relatively remote location. You're not going to, it's not going to be awash with idiot tourists, and there's shit to see. There's what's up. Well, for one, there is a surviving castle, not a reconstructed castle, one of the few actually surviving castles, because in the 1940s something happened to Japan that most of their historic castles were, they just burned down. Something happened. Well, Tsuruga-jo is actually a surviving castle, so there you go. There's also a traditional samurai yashiki, a samurai manor, as well as an academy for members of the Satsuma clan. I am currently struggling to find its exact location because it's been a while. If anyone decides to go to Aizo Wakamatsu as their primary location, let me know, and I will be able to navigate you through sort of exact things to do there. In addition to that, it is the site of the Byakutai suicide. For those of you not in the know, Byakutai was a division. It's the division of the White Tiger. It was a formation that fought on the side of the uh, rebelling shogunate loyalists, and they saw smoke arising from the battle site at Tsuruga-jo, and they thought that the castle was lost. So um, in order to wash off the shame of defeat, they all committed ritual suicide on a mound overlooking the castle, sending away one of them to sort of relay the news that they did that. They could proceeded in order, like that. Basically, the last guy left was the one who was doing his kaishaku last, because everyone else had a proper seppuku. They disemboweled, the kaishaku chopped their fucking head off, and so the order continued until the last messenger was left, and he went on to then discover that no, the castle was actually not lost yet at that time, and they kind of just put themselves to death for no good reason. But it's seen as an expression of that martial attitude of saving face in all circumstances. So there you go. Make of that whatever you might. Let me quickly do something. There you are. Just want to make sure that I moved my ring light to sort of actually highlight my face so that my eyes doesn't squint. And then I realized that the hand cam that I was using that was previously pointed at the desk is now sort of pointed at me, and I don't want it pointed at me. So there you go. The site of the Byakutai suicide. There's a whole little monument. There's a little tourist street that leads up there. So feel free to explore that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Nice place. It's a nice sort of down to. It's an option to explore traditional Japanese settings without sort of the complex logistics and potentially the crowds of Kyoto, also without the Kyoto price tag. Brings me to my next recommendation, which is usually my go-to. But before we do that, we're going to stop at Nagoya. Nagoya is actually a very good replacement for Tokyo because it is a large, metropolitan city that has all of the things that Tokyo also has. I believe they also have a Yodobashi camera somewhere, but it doesn't come with the Tokyo price tag. Now, what is interesting in Nagoya? Nagoya does have a castle, the Nagoya Castle. It is a reconstructed castle because, again, something happened and it burned down. Tragic. But nevertheless, the Nagoya Castle is a very interesting museum. Go see it at least once. And you get all of the conveniences of it being a large city, meaning that there's tons of good food, there's tons of good shopping, there are things to do. When we stayed in Nagoya, we actually rented a space at the Aichi Budokan. There it is. I'll look up a picture of it. There it is. The Aichi Budokan. You can just pay to train there. I think we were in this space in the judo studio, so we usually we would come in after like the early morning training group that would run their drills at like 5 a.m. We would start our training at 8, and we would usually train for 3 hours. Oh, my back is cracking even thinking about it. But yeah, we just rented the entire sort of judo floor, not the judo floor, but like the judo studio. This is the kendo studio. This is the larger amphitheater. Exterior photos. They have an archery range, which is also very cool. It's on the same floor as the judo auditorium. It's also the amphitheater. Very nice, very well maintained facility. Very cool. I don't remember what we paid for it, but it was very nice to have that like organic gachuku experience. You wake up in the fucking morning, you're fucking sleep deprived, you're constantly hungry, your fucking body hurts, you still go into training, you get your shit completely fucking smashed for 3 hours, and then you can stumble out and finally get some food into you and do some sightseeing. Fantastic experience, fucking hard recommend. A little bit difficult to organize. The only way I know that you can experience that now is you're going to have to induct yourself into the cult of the Kodokan, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You just need to have a dojo that's IGF integrated near you, and that's it. Just pay your fucking dues. Don't they have spaces that size, not that one specifically, for training armies? No, 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 no. Japan doesn't have an army. And how should I put this? So, Japan doesn't maintain a civil infrastructure for military training as of 1945, when something happened, and an organization called Dainippon Butokukai, or loosely translated as the Great Japan Society, or excuse me, the Society of Martial Valor of Great Japan, was forced to significantly scale back, renounce its status as a publicly funded organization, and it had to surrender its facilities to the respective municipalities because those facilities were used, among other things, for example, for training in bayonet fencing. I am no longer a member, I swear. Looking back, listen, I did some introspection, and maybe boiling a Chinaman wasn't very cash money. It accumulated some bad karma that I had to work off for quite a while afterwards. Let's not pry too much into that. So to answer your question, no, that's not what those spaces are used for. Those spaces are used strictly as civilian infrastructure. However, your sort of local sporting teams, be it sort of university teams, school teams, Olympic teams, those are going to use these facilities. Like the Aichi Budokan is there for civilians to engage in traditional martial arts, be it Kyudo, be it Judo, be it any other sort of structured federation that just rents a spot and participates there. But how, if you don't boil the Chinaman, do you make General Tso's General Tso? I plead the fifth. I was not there. I didn't see anything. I didn't even get up this morning. Um, yeah, so Nagoya Aichi Budokan banger. Very, very cool. Damn, I really wish. It's not that I wish. I really miss my old sort of hardcore organized group training days. Yeah, so Aichi, let's not add new words or new elements. Nagoya, there we go. Aichi Budokan. Nagoya Castle. I think the Nagoya Castle has like a little historical sort of Jedi exposition inside as well. Um, Speaking of castles, Inuyama-jo. Inuyama-jo is interesting because Inuyama Castle is an actual real surviving castle, currently privately owned. So there it is. It's a short train ride from Nagoya, so relatively easy to reach by train. As you can see, it's like in a relatively distant suburb of Nagoya, but still a fairly reasonable train ride. Historic castle. The surrounding area has little cutesy shops around, really cool to engage with. Pretty cool food. I think that's the place where I ate whale for the first time. It's getting a little blurry the further away from it I get, but I recall eating something interesting there. Um, yeah, so there's that. Love that Japanese castles are impressive, but still basically just a bunch of houses stacked on each other. It's pretty much, yeah, it's what it is. It is what it is. So yeah, Inuyama-jo, it's attached to like the town of Inuyama, which is still technically Nagoya, but not really. And the best way to run this is basically you just arrive to Inuyama Station, you just walk to the castle, and then you walk back from the castle, and then you explore things that happen on your way there. Pretty cool. Uh, Easy, no-brainer location to explore. Right, now that we're done with Nagoya, let's go to the primary piece here, Kyoto. Kyoto is a difficult nut to crack for two reasons. Unfortunately, before we get to Kyoto, Osaka, just fucking don't. There's nothing to do in Osaka. Fucking fight me. Osaka is overrated. It's like a diet Tokyo, but even more fucking useless. There is nothing to do there. Yes, the takoyaki are a little bit larger, but other than that, it's dog shit. Tokyo is a city built by and for fucking pretentious art hoes. It's fucking Austin, Japan, with everything bad that is attached to it, including having its own predominantly subcontinental quarter. Don't fucking go to Osaka. Don't waste your fucking time. Unless you want to go to the Hanshin track, not particularly interested in Osaka, there you go. Unless you have a special place that's a special interest for you, disregard everything I fucking say. I find Osaka to be generally a waste of my fucking time. And I've been to Osaka with like very, very good tour guides that know a lot about the city, and everything that there is to know about the city is fucking dog shit. Like, oh, fucking private capital in revolt against the disdain that they collected from the samurai class decided to fund buildings, multiple bridges, and like the fucking Japan Oil and Gas Corporation had its first headquarters here. Big fucking whoop, who gives a fuck? Moving on, Kyoto. And also, the Osaka castle isn't fucking real. It's reconstructed because we fucking bombed it. If you want real castles, that's what Kyoto is for. Kyoto, my favorite, my absolutely favorite place, my nawabari, so to speak. I really like Kyoto. Unfortunately, some of the areas are now lost to idiot tourists. We're going to get into the logistics of it. If we're staying in Kyoto, there's a correct way to do that, and there's a wrong way to do that. It is much like the key items that I have explained for Tokyo. So we stay the fuck away from major chains. We do not stay at a Marriott. We do not stay at a Hilton. We stay in Japanese hotels. Now, Japanese hotels come in different forms. I would say not necessarily. This is probably a case where I would stay away from chains. APA is still fine if nothing else is available. APA is a fallback if you can't get anything better, is the way that I'm going to word this. So let's go for locale. If you have the extra spending money, go stay in Higashiyama. Higashiyama is the sort of eastmost part of Kyoto proper. You're going to be very close to several key accommodations. And you still have some options um, in terms of your price ranges, so to speak. Figured the best way to deal with Kyoto is find and stay in a cheap commute where you want to go. No, no, we're getting there. We're getting there. So, Higashiyama. It's going to cost you a little bit extra. Again, depending on the season. Generally, I would recommend against, like strictly against going during Golden Week. Absolutely the fuck not. Spring break, Golden Week, Sakura Bloom, don't waste your money. You're going to pay 3 times as much for the fucking hotel. There's going to be crowds in every goddamn corner, and it's going to be crowds comprising exclusively of fucking noisy Koreans, fucking disgusting Chinese, disgusting Chinamen, and the generic European fucking idiot tourist. Do not go during the Sakura bloom to Kyoto. If you want to watch the Sakura's bloom, go to Aizawa Kamatsu, go to Nagoya, go to any city that's not popular with a wider majority, preferably where they haven't seen white people in the last 50 years, and I will point you towards a place like that. Don't you fucking worry. So, if we're not in a high season, so high season is Sakura Bloom, Golden Week, Silver Week. Silver Week is a fucking long holiday they get in September. So, Higashiyama, great neighborhood. We're going to start with Gion. Gion has unfortunately suffered from a lot of tourist traffic. So, for example, previously, Kyoto Grand Bell would have been my go-to recommendation for a hotel. It's on the pricier side. The rooms are a little bit small. However, it's still very cozy. The service is very nice, and they have their own hot spring in the basement. The food is also pretty cool. Um, but it's $100 per night, so you get what you pay for. If you want to stay in Gion, but you want to cheap out a little bit, Appa Hotels got your back. The rooms are predictably larger than they are, for example, in their Tokyo hotels, because land in Kyoto is not, as constricted as it is in Tokyo. Solid room layouts, solid breakfast. The only downside, no hot springs. I really fuck with hot springs. A lot of my to do things in Japan are some form of impactful training. Usually, when my shit is beat to smithereens, I need a hot mineral bath to soak in. So that's why I usually gravitate towards places that have hot springs. So the central street of Gion, right? Let's address that. Gion is lost. What do I mean by Gion being lost? The shops that you will find in Gion are targeted at tourists. Like 60% of the establishments on this street, between the bridge, Shijo, I think, yeah, Shijo, between Shijo and Yasaka Jinja are going to be targeted at idiot tourists. The street itself is going to be filled with idiot tourists. That is unfortunately price of doing business in Kyoto when you're staying at a prominent area like that. Now, that's the downside. The upside, you have immediate access to a lot of very prominent sites. You have Yasaka Jinja. Directly behind it, you have Maruyama Park. So we have Yasaka. I would really like to type when I actually switch into a fucking window, please and thank you. Yasaka Jinja. Maruyama. Koen Kiyomizu Dera. Dera. Okay. So, Yasuka Jinja, pretty straightforward, in and out. It's a relatively small shrine, interesting to look at. We're primarily interested in Kiyomizu Dera. It's walking distance from Gion. Is there an autistic data tracker that runs the average pricing per week? Sure, there probably is. I can tell you just off the rip, your best hotel prices are going to be peak summer because it's what most people would consider being hot as balls. Living in Texas, all I can do is just point and fucking laugh. Because we had what, fucking 120 degrees yesterday? So most people don't deal with the heat and humidity well. I don't care, and therefore I get hotels for a better price if I'm paying out of pocket. Unless I'm traveling for like work related reasons, in which case I just adapt to, whatever is happening. So, Kiyomizu-dera. Kiyomizu-dera is a very prominent, very well known Buddhist complex. It's not just one temple, actually, it is a complex of different temples. That is not Kiyomizu-dera at all. That is fucking. This is Nara. Who the fuck put this photo here? This is the temple that contains the large Buddha in Nara, for some reason attached to Kiyomizu-dera. This is Kiyomizu-dera. God, I just got fucking flashbanged by that photo. We're going to get to Nara, by the way. So, Kiyomizu-dera, very interesting, very cool to look around, very nice to walk around. Unfortunately, you're going to find it in this state during high traffic seasons. Just be aware of that. The way you avoid idiot crowds is by going in the morning. Normally, the facilities are accessible strictly morning. Usually, the facilities are accessible around 10 a.m. The idiot tourists don't really wake up until 11. So get there at like 9-ish to get yourself done late summer Florida. You've done hurricane Florida. You've done Northwest Texas. You've done Chicago. Temperature doesn't seem to be a thing for you. Are you a virus? I don't know. At least not a temperature sensitive one. So, Kiyomizu-dera, go in the morning. Just get ahead of the fucking crowds and then find something better to do throughout the rest of the day. And there are better things to do throughout the rest of the day. So, if you're going to stay in Gyeon, logistically, it's actually pretty banger. You're going to pay a little bit of extra for the hotels, but not ridiculously much. So, we explore Kiyomizu-dera. We walk around Sandanzaka, which is a shopping street that's immediately nearby. The way I like to build this route is I go Kiyomizu-dera, and then I progress northbound. I go to Ryokoko Kanon. There's a Shinsengumi Museum further north. Todaiji is Kodaiji. Kodaiji is also along the path. I'm struggling with finding it on the map right now, but it's there. Kodaiji is there's a military cemetery over there, by the way, yeah. There it is, Kodaiji Temple. It's now considered a Buddhist temple, but realistically, it was a tea garden built for Toyotomi Hideyoshi as a present from his wife. It's a very nice tea garden. I really enjoy it. It has tea rooms. They serve tea in those tea rooms. Hard recommend. Just fantastic, very good, like core Japan Kyoto experience. From there, we can do Yasuka Jinja if you did not go originally, or you could just go Maruyama Park. Either way works. Next stop is going to be Chionin. Chionin is a large temple complex. It's actually several adjoining large Buddhist temples. I'm not going to spoil the primary content of it. Just go there and explore it. That's all I'm going to tell you. Let's actually go ahead and mark out that route. So, yo mizu yasaka shuon in shore shoren in shoren is actually our next stop along the path. Let me quickly check my phone just a second. I think I heard it go off. Are we doing for time? We're right about on the 4th hour. Get you a woman who gifts you an entire building. I mean, it's not a building, it's a complex of buildings. But also, in order to do that, you kind of need to be the de facto regent of the entire country. So, I mean, something to aspire to. Just a second. Ah, I say as I slither back into my skin suit. Right. So, enough of Chiwonin. Moving further north, the Shorin Temple, personally one of my favorites. Again, absolutely fantastic interior garden with a little pond with very, very pretty koi carps. Uh, a pontification, not a pontification, a reflection room where you can look over the scenery of the garden. It has a little writing implement for you to sort of write down your contemplations in the correct poetic size. Do not just go there and write fucking, I don't know, live, laugh, love shit. If you do that in this space, I will find you, I will hunt you down, and I will fucking skin you. Also contains this little hidden Inari shrine further up into the mound, and it also contains a treasured meteorite as well as a dedicated shrine to Fudomyo. So very, very good. If you still have daylight left, you can just keep moving northbound. I'm not going to just chew through the entire thing for you, but Nanzenji is also a Buddhist temple, a large complex, very interesting to explore. Further north, you're going to have Heian Jingu, the principal Shinto shrine of the city. Shinto shrine that enjoys extra patronage from the Japanese royal family. Also, a frequent site of a lot of Dainippon Budokukai ceremonies. I don't ask me how I know that. So yeah, stunningly beautiful garden in the interior of the shrine itself. The shrine itself is free access. I think you need to pay something like 500 yen to access the garden itself. It is well worth it. There are several large ponds. There's wildlife everywhere. If you go to Kyoto and you miss Heianjingu, you do not know what the fuck you even came there to do. I say that as someone who's been to Heianjingu multiple times without knowing that there is a whole ass garden there. So I am also not without blame. Just look at this. This is scenery of a man-made garden, if you can believe it. I certainly can. What do you mean promise? What am I pro? Sorry, I am reading chat after I'm catching up to chat after that. But now you want to write live, laugh, love. I mean, try me, bitch. See, I know that much about you, Seku. I know that you will shit talk about doing that, but you would never actually debase yourself that way. You would never go to a Zen contemplation room and just engage in basic bitch shit like that. You bet any amount of money that those trees have an amount of care in their growth angles that was applied to every service in early Disneyland. Probably more, I would argue. Yes, I am right. I am right. I usually am. I am either right or I am. Yeah, it's just I am always right. I am either right, and if I'm wrong, I'm just lying. I am never wrong. I'm either right or I'm lying. There you go. So yeah, fascinating scenery can be found. Big things are happening at the Heian Jingu Shrine. So attached to it is actually one of the facilities that was surrendered by Dainippon Totokukai after, Japan was forced to demilitarize, which is the historic Butokuden. Uh, Pretty cool to visit. Usually, whenever it's open, something is happening there, so you can just go inside and take a look. I've had the privilege of being slammed on the wooden fucking floor a number of times. It was great. I still reminisce about it fondly. I've cleaned that floor probably on 3 or 4 separate occasions. So there's a bit of Kuromaru Onii-san's sweat infused into the columns of this place. The Kyoto Budo Center. It's a municipal building. It offers facilities to anyone who's just going to pay to rent them. As you can see, it's a sizable amphitheater. They don't even need to rent the entire amphitheater. You can just like rent a corner of it, and they do stuff like I don't know, like a an evening ping pong meet for pensioners happens there. They have sort of lower floors are sometimes occupied by like judo studios, kendo studios. Pretty solid facility, which is very funny when couched in the context of fucking Shogo complaining that he has to work out of a dance studio because he for some reason can't rent a space because they only rent spaces to recognized organizations. So I guess I don't know, the Pensioners Tai Chi Club is a more prestigious organization than the Asayama Ichiden Ryu branch that is run by Shogo, which speaks volumes about Shogo, I guess. Fuck that guy. Uh, Moving on. Which actually reminds me of a place that I really like. So, 2 places actually. That's not the place. If I can find it. Okazaki. Ah, there it is. Okay. So, remember how I said that, hotel prices in Higashiyama are a spectrum. This is the spectrum. So Okazaki Butte is like a very, very prestigious, like extra fucking high end hotel where like everything you do comes with like an extra reach around job. Uh, Fantastic, just great service, 5-star hotel, $160 per night in the peak of summer. I prefer something a little bit more, on the reasonable side, which is Heian no Mori Hotel. For some reason, it's not marked on the map, but we can mark it on the map ourselves through booking. So let's go up. We go up, up, up. It's probably because it's booked out for the dates, but that's fine. So usually it's a more democratic one. It's considered a 3-star by European standards, but who gives a fuck what Europeans think? Very good breakfast, very good rooms. They're a little bit sort of on the older style of decor. The hotel was renovated in like just pre-COVID. Damn, that must have stung. But it was renovated pre-COVID. I still stayed there when they had fully traditional Japanese rooms, which was great. I really enjoyed it. They have a traditional hotel. They have a traditional restaurant attached to the side of it. A more reasonable price tag, I'm going to tell you. So 12,000 yen per night versus 56,000 yen per night. I guess that's kind of self-explanatory. That basically covers the range of hotel prices that you can expect to pay if you're staying in Higashiyama. But any amount of money. Okay, there we go. This is what you mean, enough room to train 100 men at a time. Well, yes, but it's also not used for any of the military training anymore because there is no army in Japan. What are you talking? The Japan Self-Defense Force is not an army. Perish the thought. But also, The Japan Self-Defense Force has its own bases and has its own training facilities. These are legitimately just municipal training facilities. You, as an individual, can go there and you can just rent a dojo for like a set number of hours and just train there. Chatting up ping pong pensioners sounds like a way to gather oral history. I mean, you can gather some oral history. Listen, those bras get lonely. Oh, actually, that does remind me. That does remind me. If you're in the market, if you're shopping around for your Budo supplies, there is a go-to place for that. So if you need to buy martial arts equipment, there are two spots. There's the Tizando store, which I really like. Most of my stuff that I bought from the Tizando store. It's showing the armory for some reason, which is not the primary business. The primary business is this is the primary business: wooden weapons, karate uniforms, aikido uniforms, yado uniforms. Pretty solid. I can't complain. Like they've been very good to me personally for the longest time. Right next door is a special. Oh God, I keep having hiccups. Specialized kendo, judo, and karate store. I got my karate gi from this store. Like I physically went there because I wanted to start. Oh, not karate gi. Sorry, judo gi. My favorite judo uniform I bought at this store. I believe I also have a set of armor gloves from this store, but that's besides the point. I bought my judo gi from this store because I went to Japan, understanding that I want to set a standard for like what is good judo training. Trying to think about a joke to make about Aikido uniforms. The thing is, Aikido uniforms are just traditional Jiu-Jitsu uniforms. The only difference is that the flap of the hakama, the little sort of stature board that it has on the back, Aikido guys like to have that little board soft because like all they do is flail on the floor and pretend that their tech works. Whereas a traditional hakama just has a hardened back. That's all the difference. And I don't know. Fucking kendo guys prefer their hakamas to be made out of denim. Well, not necessarily denim, but just like hard, sturdy cotton. And the jujitsu, iaido, and aikido guys, we prefer our stuff to be made out of rayon, just because it's a little bit lighter, it's less stuffy. Your balls sweat less. That's all. So yeah, I wanted to establish a standard for like what good judo is, and in order to do that, I just went into that store. I said, I need a judo gi that fits me. They gave me a gi. It's a fantastic fucking gi. I think I paid 20,000 yen for it, I think. Yeah. And I've been using it ever since. Cool, cool, cool. Shogoin Temple. I don't think I've ever been there. Oh, okay. They have Shugendo practitioners there. They have an interior that's there to explore. Interesting. I will take note of the fact that that actually exists there. See, I'm learning something new along with you. So, by the way, while we're on the subject of training in Japan, because a lot of people who go to Japan want to train in Japan, and there's usually a question of like how do I participate in training in Japan, essentially. Soft boards for soft hands. Figure out a way to translate that to insult them in Japanese. The way you insult Aikidoka in Japanese, you don't need to go that you don't need to even go that sophisticated. You just look at a fucking Aikido practitioner, just look down your nose at him and you just say moroi. That's it. There you go. Loosely translates as floppy or wet or like something made of poor structure. So, training in Japan. Depending on what you do, for example, let's say you are a karateka. Being a karateka, you are probably attached to some kind of overarching structure. You're a member of a federation that you test under. So, for example, I am a Kyokushin practitioner. Kyokushin. So we use the Japanese letters to look for Kyokushin on a map. And there we go. Just north of the Kyoto Budo Center, it's giving me an address for something that's definitely not the Kyokushin Kaikan. I don't know why it's placing it there, but it's placing it there. Kokusai Karate Do Renmei. So Kokusai Karate Do Renmei is the fucking European branch, by the way. So it's interesting that it's there. Kyokushin Yamashina. Okay, let's see. Kokusai Karate Do Renmei. Excuse me. So this is still IKO. Good. So we go to the website. And usually, well, this one has an English speaking branch. So there you go. Kyokushin Karate Do. Adults, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, 8 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Usually, it is considered polite to contact. Let's actually write this up. So let's refer to this as Musha Shugyo. Shugyo. Musha Shugyo is how should I put this? God, I'm looking for the fucking English word for it. What do they call the guys who like who walk places for religious reasons? Pilgrims. There you go. So martial pilgrimage. Muchishugyo. Find your organization or just your style and discipline. Like find what you are targeting. Confirm dates and contacts. So your options from here are several. If, for example, I would be going to like a prominent gym run by a notable sensei, for example, every time I go to Narushima Sensei's place, I will write an email to the effect of I will be in Tokyo for personal reasons. I wish to participate in your general access adult training sessions that will take place on this particular date. Preferably, you want to write that email in Japanese with the ready access to large language models. That's not even that difficult. Just write out a nice, polite email. Ask fucking Gemini to translate it for you. Gemini is probably better than ChatGPT or Grok for that, just because Google has more training data for language. So do that. Say like, is it permitted for me as an either outsider member of a different organization or just someone passing by to participate as a drop-in in a sort of regular session? And you're going to receive a response. 9 times out of 10, the response is going to be, yeah, sure, like this is the drop-in session fee. You need A, B, and C with you. Like you need a uniform, you need like protectors and whatnot. And then your ass has to show up. So let's ask for permission to attend. Now, important, be early. Be there early. Don't arrive like at the time the fucking session starts. Allow yourself like 40 minutes prior because you need to make introductions. You need to explain your background as to why you sought this place out. You need to be able to change, store your shit, warm up to not get injured, and then just, it's generally considered polite to arrive slightly early and not on time. Sometimes the dates on the website or the dates or the training times are not up to date and they've moved the training session to a little bit earlier. You never know. And by arriving a little bit early, you're going to spare yourself the embarrassment of sort of walking into an active class. So just be early. Now, gifts. If this is someone with whom you anticipate having an ongoing relationship, it is generally considered polite to have some kind of token. some kind of souvenir that you bring with you. For example, when I went to visit Ryuna Roshima's dojo, he's going to be my go-to example because, well, that's basically how I did it. I brought a nice sampler set of fucking maple syrup and a box of Texas Nugget sweets. Like, good, unobtainium, pretty universally accepted, pretty fucking cool. So, and that was, it's a reasonably inexpensive gift. It shows that you gave a little bit of thought. You didn't just, Google a name and then you just went to chase clout. And it just sort of establishes rapport between you and the person. So, see, like next time I arrive, I'm going to also have like a small token, and I'm going to have that rapport established with Sensei Narushima. So next time I ask, hey, can I drop in? He's not going to tell me, you know what? You're a fucking who? I don't think you can come to my dojo. Like, that's a very unlikely outcome. Maybe it's going to happen this year. Maybe this year I email him and he's going to tell me that I am a fucking who and I can no longer show up. Unlikely, but I will inform you if that is the case. Now, sometimes you will run this differently. For example, when I did the drop-in session for a judo place that I found, because I wanted to establish a standard in judo, I don't have at the time I did not have a background in judo. I don't have formal membership in judo organizations. I'm not a member of Kodokan. It places certain limitations on me. But you can still engage with these places in good faith. So let's mark that down as the next point of discussion. Engage in good faith. Now, there's layers to this shit. Now, the way I did it is I found a dojo, I bought a uniform, I brought my white belt that I usually use for drop-ins, and I just went there. And I arrived early, so I allowed myself time to figure out sort of the administrative minutia of participating in it. I've explained that I'm a martial artist. I come from this background. I'm a traditional jiu-jitsu practitioner. I'm a full contact karate practitioner, so I'm not like a complete raw novice. I want to engage in judo. I explained the reasonings for wanting to engage in judo. I explained why I want to participate in the session. Here's my uniform. I'm willing to pay the drop-in fee. Can I train? I was told, no, fuck off. Because judo comes with its own injury risks. They don't want to like put me in a situation where I would need to seek medical attention and not be able to cover it because I don't have local insurance. Even if you don't have local insurance, like a doctor's visit is at most $100 maybe. But besides the point. The things you can do without Medicaid. I was told, well, if you're interested, you can watch. This is a shit test. And the way you pass this shit test, unlike shit tests delivered to you, like when a woman tries to shit test you in a vacuum, you rebel against the conditions that she proposes. When the Japanese shit test you for being included into the hierarchy, it's not even a shit test, it's more of a hazing. So they hazed me because I'm trying to interject myself into their hierarchy. They say, okay, you can't participate, but if you're really interested, you can sit and watch, which is a test of whether or not I'm actually interested. Because if I'm not interested, I'm going to leave, and I was there to waste their fucking time and probably be an ass on the mats. If I am actually interested, I'm going to stay and I'm going to watch and I'm going to do that. This is engaging in good faith. I am accepting the terms that are offered to me because I want to continue engaging with these people. So I sat there, I watched the session. It was pretty cool. Like I don't remember if they had me change into gi the first time I was there or not. I don't think so. So I just sat there, I watched, I spoke to the sensei. And like I absorbed some knowledge. I looked at like what the structure of the training is. I waited for the training to be over. I helped sweep up the floors after the training session, and I was on my merry way. And you know what I did 2 days later? I came the fuck back, gi in hand, saying, "Here, I have my gi. I'm willing to sit and watch. I will engage on your rules." But you know what? If I am permitted to, I would like to at least participate in the warm-ups. I was told, okay, fuck, go change into the uniforms. You can only do the warm ups. You can't do anything else. I did the warm ups, sat the fuck down. Uh, then they told me, you know what? We have like raw people who are very, very new. You can practice like the basic throw, like the most basic throw in the world on them. And they showed me Sasaetsuru Komiyashi, which was very cool. Like I liked it. I got thrown by a Japanese black belt. I threw the Japanese black belt. It was a jolly time had by all. I learned stuff. Like I established a standard for judo practice, and like I cut my teeth in a very good place. Now, next time I go, we've established that, the protocol is that I don't really call ahead. That's not how that place is run. Uh, like we know that they accept drop-ins because they said so on the website. So next time I go, I need to conform to the relationship that we've already established. And as I was leaving, like last time I was there, I was told, start doing judo properly, get actual structured training in a judo gym, and then you can come back. I've been doing judo for 2 years since. I am a brown belt. I've held up my part of the deal. So next time I'm in Kyoto, you bet your fucking ass I am going to that dojo, fucking gi and brown belt in hand, and I'm saying that, hey, once I got back home, I found a judo gym, and I have been training ever since, and I have been doing judo as my primary practice. That's going to be a statement of true fact. So, and I will also have a small token because now I have some kind of continued report. So I'm going to gift the sensei that I'm engaging with a small souvenir from Texas, which is also actually not going to be Texan at all. It's also going to be maple syrup. So that is how you participate in the things that you do. If you do BJJ, it's okay to be retarded. I'm kidding. There's actually a budding, not even a budding, like a very fruitful BJJ scene in Japan. If you want to go to a BJJ gym, it's a little bit more liberal in the sense of like how you navigate the social game of it. You will probably get your shit broken clean in half, not in a traumatic way, but like in a very humbling way. So go find, there are plenty of BJJ gyms in Japan. Just find one on the internet, go there, don't be an ass, or you will get your shit stuffed. So there's that. All right. So that's Kyoto for you. Before we round things off for today, I am going to point you towards another secret location. We're probably going to continue. You know what? Let's keep it for next time. Remind me that we still have Nara and we have Yagyu Village, but we're going to look at that later. So the Kyoto periphery, we're going to leave that for next time. That's going to be Saturday. So we're going to call it at that. Now, a little bit of housekeeping, except for the actual fucking housekeeping that I keep forgetting to actually do. Don't mind me. So, we, and I mean the royal we have dono goals for this special event. So this is day 1. We have day 2 coming up. Let me open her up, and I will provide details. So, dono goals are on screen. The desk pet is obscuring the QR code. So, several things we need to do. First and foremost, follow the socials, join the Discord. That is the best way to stay informed about what the fuck we even do here. Dono goals. We have 2, and we measure those in contributions to the Japan Trip Fund, which is this. This is my primary means of collecting donations, because both of OPSEC reasons and it's easier to track. So, if we collect a total of 10 tips to the Japan tip jar, I will do a demonstration of the basic Urasenki tea ceremony with hand cam, with the full shebang. I will explain the basic elements of it, similar to how we ran through a Go demonstration today. For 20 tips, I will do a full knife polishing stream. I'm not going to polish the Anagiba just because it doesn't get enough use. It doesn't make sense to polish it. But the way you polish the Anagiba is similar to polishing other knives. So I will also explain the technicalities of picking out stones and whatnot. It's a higher dono goal because it's a pain in the ass to set up, okay? Normally, I would just do it in my sink instead of making a mess on my primary standing desk. Because of that, it's 20 tips and not 10. There you go. If you want either or, you're going to have to participate in the pot. If we die halfway to either one of those, well, I guess sucks to suck. We'll just do something else, or we'll just cut it at 2 days. Them's are the breaks. I think that's everything we had for today. So we're going to look for a target to raid out because I barely have a speaking voice left. Let's see. Dashboard. Stream manager. Let's see what we're looking at in terms of head counts, and then we're going to decide who we're rating. Okay. We have warm bodies in the chat, which is always nice to see. And trying to see who do we owe a raid as of recently. You know what? It's been a while since we visited Somni, and she is playing Palworld. So there you go. Big things are happening on the Somni stream. So we're going to go ahead and start that raid that I can finally do just from my OBS dashboard. Raid a channel. I could get some typing going. Underscore. Okay. Am I stupid or what? I mean, that's a realistic possibility. I am a little bit cooked. Oh, yeah. Right, there we go. We're starting our raid. Next installment is on Saturday. Contribute to the Dono Fund in order to get more stuff to happen. Hopefully this has been educational and easy to follow. If not, provide your feedback. We're going to correct the format. Next stream is going to be Intro to Shogi and just basic calligraphy demo with a continued discussion of how to Japan correctly. With that, this has been Onii-san, reminding you to observe the social contract. Bye-bye.